Well, hello Internet, and welcome to my .NET MAUI full course. In this tutorial, I'm going to present to you basically everything you'd want to know about .NET MAUI so that you can develop for multiple platforms. So we're going to be able to develop with one code base for Android, iOS, macOS, and of course Windows. It has numerous different layout options as well as different page types, including numerous third-party libraries because .NET's been around for so long. Also, MAUI uses data binding, so when data changes, that's going to automatically show up inside of your UI, and it will allow you to develop much faster. And of course, because it's .NET, which has been rated #1 for numerous years in a row on Stack Overflow as the most loved framework, you know that you got a great tool here. So what exactly is going to be covered? This is basically a rundown of the main parts that I will cover in this tutorial, along with installation and numerous different examples. And I have a lot to do, so let's get into it. Okay, so now what I'm going to do is I'm going to take you through the process of installing Visual Studio, setting up the emulators, and then ultimately showing you how to connect your mobile device and use that to run your programs. What we're going to need to do, of course, very first is go and get Visual Studio. If you just type in visualstudio.microsoft.com, you get to a page like this, and you're going to click on Download Visual Studio here on the left, or if you're on a Mac, click on the center area. We are going to be using the free version, which is called Community 2022. And after you download, it's going to pop up, and you're going to have to click on that you want to open up the file, of course. And an installer is going to come up, click on continue. And then what you're going to want to select, this is kind of up to you, but we're going to do desktop development. You can see where I have all the check marks. Of course, you want .NET multi-platform app UI development. You have to click on that. Universal Windows platform development. I also have a check in C++. Later, I'm going to do an updated Unity tutorial. So if you want to watch that, go and download that as well. And then you're just going to wait for it to go and install. After you do that, you're going to open up Visual Studio. And basically what I did was I set up my system so that I could have as many errors as humanly possible so that hopefully I can solve any errors that you might have. So what we're going to do is we're going to click on Tools. We're going to go and set this up for Android. I'm not going to set it up for iOS because I have to buy a developer's license and all that stuff. We're just going to use Android for now. Everything is going to work for iOS as well, but you're going to have to buy a developer's license. Okay, so click on Tools, click on Android, then go to Android Device Manager. And you're going to want to click on New. You're more than likely not going to have that Pixel 5 inside of there, so click on New. Whenever you do, it's going to say create a default Android device. You're going to say create, and you're going to have what you have here on the screen right now. Now, if I go and click on Start, you're going to see that it says turn on Hyper-V feature to switch to the native, all that stuff. Okay, well, you're going to need that if you want your emulator to work well. Otherwise, you're going to be going and building and waiting forever for to test your application. So we're going to install Hyper-V, and this is specific to Windows in this situation. So we're not going to click on Run anyway. We're just going to close this. And then what we're going to do is we're going to come down here and we're going to say Windows Features is what we're going to type into our little box down here. And you are more than likely going to want to upgrade to Windows 11. Now, if you go and open up Windows Features, what you're going to see here is the Hyper-V is not checked. It's at the very top of the little box here on the screen. We can go in and we can check it, but it's still not going to work. So I put the check inside of there and I'm going to click on OK. And then it's going to search for the files and it's going to install the files. What you're going to also need to do is go and get .NET 7. So you're just going to click on this and you're going to click on the x86 version and you're going to download that. And whenever you do, it's going to show thanks for downloading and all that. And you're going to click in the lower left-hand corner to install that. So just click on Open. And this is going to open up. You're just going to click on Install. And click on Close after it installs. All right. So now what we're going to do is we're going to come in and go File, New, and click on Project. And you're going to want to open up a .NET MAUI app. You can search for C#, but just make sure you select that, and then you're going to click on Next in the lower right-hand corner, and you can name it whatever you want to name it. And then .NET 6, I know we have 7, but we're just going to use .NET 6 for now, and click on Create. All this stuff's going to open up here. You can click on Start Without Debugging, and it's going to say that it is not accelerated. See, I set it up so that things are going to go wrong, and I'm going to fix them. Okay, so you can go and run that if you'd like. It's going to be terribly slow, but what we're going to do instead is just go into Android and then Android Device Manager. And you can come in here and you're going to see your device. And we're going to click on it and we're just going to delete it. Okay, so can't be done, no problem, delete it. Okay, sorry I took you through that wheel, but I just wanted to show you all of the problems you're going to have, and then I'll show you how to solve them. Okay, so if up here we have our emulator. And we can create a new device if we would like. And here it creates a new device. And now what we're going to do is we're going to go and get the command prompt open. So we're going to type cmd, open that. And if we type in systeminfo.exe, you're going to see all this information about your computer. So we're going to scroll down to the bottom. And you're going to see here that we said we wanted to install Hyper-V. And to a certain extent, it did. But virtualization enabled in firmware is marked as no. Now this is going to be 100% determined based off of the type of computer you have and the setup you have. So what you're going to want to do is you want to type into Google enable virtualization in BIOS followed by whatever the name of your motherboard is. So you're going to type in that stuff, and then it's going to tell you exactly what to do to enable the ability to use virtualization with Hyper-V. Okay, so that's up to you. Sorry, I can't do that for every single type of setup. After you do that, then it's going to say virtualization enabled in firmware, marked as yes, whenever you search for that again, systeminfo.exe. All right. Then we're going to open up Windows Features again. You're just going to type that Windows Features down there. And you're going to see here we have Hyper-V checked. We're going to go in now and we are able to check Hyper-V Hypervisor, Hyper-V Services, and Hyper-V Platform. And then click on OK. Actually, you're also going to want to scroll down before you click on OK. Hopefully, you just type in Windows Features again and pull this up. And you're going to type in, also put a mark where it says Windows Hypervisor Platform. Then click on it. And it's going to go and do that. And it's going to require a restart. So click on Restart Now. Then what we're going to do is go into Android SDK Manager. And we are going to go and make sure we put a check mark where it says Android Emulator Hypervisor Driver for AMD if you have an AMD processor in your computer. All right, so you're going to apply changes to that, and it's going to bring up a little agreement window. Just click on Accept. Then we're going to go Android Device Manager again, and here we are, and we can click on Start, and it's going to open up with the emulator, and it is going to be considerably faster. And this is the application you get by default whenever you are first developing a MAUI application, and this is what it looks like. Now, if you ever see an error that looks like this, where it says another emulator is still running, wait for a sec. Okay, well, if this continues to persist, this error here, what you're going to want to do is go down in the search box and type in Task Manager, and you're going to specifically look for QEMU. Sometimes this hangs, and you just click on that and then click on End Task, and that will end that problem. But now, if you don't want to go through all of the issues that I just covered here, a lot of them can be covered just by simply plugging your telephone into your computer, and I'll show you how to set up your phone for developer mode and get it working inside of Visual Studio now. Okay, so plug your phone in, USB, and open up Settings, and then you're going to go down to the Settings area, click on that, and then you're going to click on About Phone, and then we're going to scroll until we see Build Number, and then you click on that 7 times. And after you do that, you enter in your PIN number, and you are a developer. It's just that easy. Okay, then we're going to click on System, and then after that, we're going to be making a couple other little changes here. We're going to go down to Developer Options, click on that, and we're going to set it up so that we can use it both with USB as well as Wi-Fi. First off, we're going to hit this little check mark where it says USB debugging, turn that on, and click on allow that, and it's going to give you a little message that that's been enabled at the top of the screen like this. And then we're also going to set it up for wireless debugging also. Might use it, might not. Always allow on network, click on allow, and now you have that capability. Now we're going to go back into Visual Studio and just say new project, .NET MAUI app, just like we're going to do all the time. Come down here and click on next, and you can name it whatever you'd like because this is just testing to make sure that your telephone's going to be able to go and load your custom apps that you have. So I just called this test Android device. Go down here and click on next. We're going to leave it .NET 6 for now. And then you just go and just use what came up. But we're going to change this from Windows machine to Android local devices. And your phone should be on there if you have it plugged into a USB port. And then we're just going to say we want to run it. And it's going to take a while to build this and load it onto your device. But then after it does that, you'll be able to update and test it a whole bunch of times without any problems at all. And it's going to say that it found device as the final part, and then it's going to say that the application has loaded. See, found device, Android application running, and this is what it looks like. So there you go. Okay, so now I'm going to give you a rundown of what actually goes into creating an application. So we're going to go a new project, and it's going to open up. And we're going to select .NET MAUI app. You can come up here and select C# if you would like. All platforms MAUI, that's fine. Just make sure you have that selected. And then come down here and click on Next. And we are going to name this MAUI App 1. We're just going to use the default. You can save it wherever you would like to save it. That's all good. Click on Next again. And we're going to leave it at .NET 6. Click on Create. And here we are. So here is our application. Now, basically, it's a good idea to understand all of the concepts of what is going on here. I'm going to be using the emulator. If you have an Android device, I highly recommend you use it. Or if you have an iOS device, I would use that. I'm going to use the emulator just so that I can be able to show you on the screen what is going on. So after I select the emulator, I'm going to click on the play button. And it is going to build. And you can see it loaded really, really quickly on the screen. And that is because I have the Hyper-V and all the other stuff set up with it. And then you can see here is our final application. And just simply what it does is whenever you click on it, it goes and continues to add how many times it's been clicked. And that took on my computer, just starting the emulator from the very beginning to loading everything, right around 30 to 40 seconds. But as we continue working with the emulator, don't close it. Just keep it on a side screen or minimize it or whatever. And then whenever you continue to make changes and run this, it's going to automatically update and load really, really quickly. Well, let's get into what exactly is going on with these files over here. If we click on dependencies, basically this is just showing that we're going to be able to develop on all these platforms. So Android, iOS, Mac, and Windows. And we'll get more into the specifics of that as we continue. Inside, we have properties, and inside of there, we have launch settings. And this is just going to define different configurations that we'll get into more as we continue onwards with our tutorial. And we have platforms, and it's going to contain specific content for each platform that we're going to be developed for. And you can see all of that information that is right there. Down inside of resources, this is going to contain all the elements that are common for all of our different projects. You can see there's that robot that was in the emulator. There it is. That's where you're going to store your images. And then you're going to have custom fonts, app icons, and all sorts of other different styling and so forth stored inside of resources, which we'll get into whenever we start actually making real applications. App.xaml. Right here, we're going to define resources that are going to be used in our application. I can close that. Inside of app shell, this is going to define the initial content for our application. And main page is going to define elements like images and labels and buttons, and everything's going to be structured using this HTML-like format, and I'll get more into the specifics of exactly what's going on there. And then finally, we have the MAUI program.cs, and this is going to be the code that underlies everything else. So we go and we create the different, let's go here. Okay, so we can create the images and the labels and the buttons. So you can see right here, this is called counter button, and you can see the text that's on it. But more importantly, clicked, what that's saying is whenever this is clicked, it's going to go and execute a function inside of main CS, and you can see it right here. On counter clicked is the same as on counter clicked. So every time they click on that button, what is going on is we're going to be incrementing a counter, and then we are going to go by referencing counter button right here. What's this called? It's called counter button. And we're going to be able to go and change the text that shows up inside of the counter button, just that simply. So you can see that is basically just how we are going to be able to handle events in combination with the XAML files as well as the code files that we have here. Now I'll dive more specifically into what exactly is going on in this main XAML file. Now what we have right here, we'll get into pages. That's what I'm going to cover next, actually, the different types of pages that we can use. But basically, here is where the namespaces are going to be defined, and they provide data basically that we can use on our different pages. And most specifically, they deal with specific versions. Now, the first that we have up here is going to refer to a specific version of MAUI. That's what this guy is used for right here. And we define here also the class that works with this XAML file. And you can see right here that MAUI app1 is going to be the namespace for our project. And we get down into our actual code that we have down inside of here. And basically, this XAML code is going to be used to create the graphical user interface. And there are 3 XAML files that are auto-created, being app and app shell and main page, as you saw previously. And each of those is going to have a C# code file that is associated with them. So if we open this up, you're going to see the C# files that are associated with those XAML files. And I showed you previously how they work together. Basically, the app XAML file that we have here has an application tag, and it's going to define, let me just go and open it up if I don't already have it opened up. No, I do not. So here we are. So here we go, and this is going to have, like I said, an application tag right here. And it defines basically the page initially launched for our application. Then we have main page XAML, and it has a content page tag at the top, as you can see right here. And it displays a layout as either a grid or a stack layout. We'll get into those after we cover pages. And then we have app shell, and it has, as you can see right here, a shell tag. And here we're going to define features the app has. And we can describe visuals and navigation elements or navigation options and a whole bunch of other different things. What else would I like to cover here? Well, basically, we have here a scroll view, and it is basically just a content view that's going to allow for the scrolling of the content on the page. And it is going to surround all of the content inside of your page. Then you have our vertical stack layout. This layout is going to surround child elements and stack them vertically. And it has property attributes, as you can see right here. And spacing, more specifically, is going to define the space between each child. Padding is going to define space between the layout and the children. And we can also define the children should be centered, as we have right here. Down here inside of image, as you may guess, this is going to load an image from a local file in your resources directory. And it has a description, defined height, and in this situation, a request to be centered. We have our labels as well. And basically, labels define text that you want to display. And the heading is a defined size of 1 to 9 that we will get into here. It's just something important to know. And you can also define many different font attributes, including the font you want to use, the size, the color, and a whole bunch of other different things. And then finally, we have our button down here. And basically, a button can be interacted with. And its name can be defined in the code, like I showed you before, to manipulate the button dynamically. And we'd find that every time the button is going to be clicked, that the onCounter function or method is going to be executed, and the text inside of the button is going to be updated. And that's a good rundown of exactly everything that goes into the application. And now I'd like to start messing around with pages. All right, so now I want to give you a rundown of different pages you can use. And all this code is going to be on GitHub for free. So what we're going to do is we're going to create a new project. So we'll just select .NET MAUI app and next, and MAUI app 2, perfectly fine. Click on next, and I'm going to leave that .NET 6, create. And I'm keeping all these separate so that it's very easy for you to be able to locate all the different parts. Okay. You're mainly going to use content pages, but there's also going to be what are called flyouts, and they're also going to be tabs. So I'll show you all of them. Now, the first thing I want to do is I want to go into app XAML, and specifically I want to open up the code. And what I'm going to do here is we're going to define our initial page, which is basically what is going on right here. But what we want to do is we want to go and actually create a navigation page, and then we're going to make some changes to it and then assign a main page. And then we're going to have a page that's going to just have buttons on it, and those buttons are going to allow us to jump to all of our other different pages. So to create this guy, I'm going to call it, let's just call it nav page is equal to, and new navigation page. Is that selected? There we are. And I'm going to have it go to the main page. So I'll say main page like this. And there we go. And then what we're going to be able to do is set different properties. And I'll just show you a couple. So we'll do nav page dot, and let's say we want to have the background color be set to, I'm going to say colors, and keep this simple and just say purple. Now, it's very often very useful to be able to see all these different color options you have. If you just type in Wiki and Web Colors, it's going to show you on this page all of these different colors. It's going to make it a little bit easier to make nice interfaces, and the names that you're going to use are going to be the same as is available here. So that's something. So Wiki, Web Colors, remember that, and it should make designing nice interfaces a little bit easier. I'm also going to define the text. So let's just copy and paste this, and this is called bar text color. So text color, and let's make that white just to keep it simple. Now that we have all that set up, we can have our main page be equal to our nav page. So let's come in here, get that, and go nav page like that. And that is basically just going to define, like I said, the initial page. Now what I want to do is I want to create some more pages. And like I said previously, you're mainly going to be using content pages. So let's create a new page here. I'm just going to right-click on this. I'm going to come down where it says add, and I'm going to say new item. And you're going to want to click on .NET MAUI over here. And then what we're going to say we want to create is a content page. So we're going to select this XAML file, and let's just call this content page demo or something. I'm going to call every single one of these demo. So we got that created. So let's create it. And what is this? I do not need this. So I'm going to close it because we're going to be working with a lot of pages, and I don't want to get overwhelmed with too many of these different pages. Okay. So we have the XAML file, and you're also going to see there's a code file associated with it, and we might as well open that up also. So let's go in here to this page. And I'm just going to make a couple changes here. I'm going to add some buttons to it. That's mainly what I'm going to do. So I can leave this label inside of here. That's perfectly fine. And you can see it's labeled as a content page up here. Whenever we create the other different page types, we are going to have to change them. So I want to create a button. And here it is. And I'm just going to give it text is equal to, and it's going to say main page on it. And this isn't going to be a pretty interface. This is just what I'm doing here. So don't worry too much about me. I'm not worried about it being pretty. Okay, so whenever I do this, it pops up new event handler is what it says here with a little icon next to it. I'm going to click on that. And it says button clicked. And if you jump over here, you're going to see this event handler automatically was created for us, which is really great. And I can just go and close that off and create a couple more buttons. And then I can go and define over there in those methods what exactly happens. What else am I going to have? I'm going to have a flyout page. So I'm going to call this flyout page. And let's just go and, whoops, let's get rid of this part right here and see if it'll automatically create it for me. Or if it doesn't like the fact that I went and closed that off. It doesn't like that. So I'm gonna create this on my own. You can just go button and clicked and one or whatever. And then we're also going to have a tabbed page. So tabbed page like that. And I don't need page twice. And this is the text that's going to appear on our buttons. And we'll just make this to just to stick with their naming conventions. And this is a vertical stack layout. Everything's going to be stacked vertically. Okay, so we got this here. Now, what am I going to want to do over in the actual code area? Well, I'm going to want to come in here and I'm going to want to redirect to a new page. How we do that is we say navigation dot push asynchronously and just go like this. And this is actually going to be the main page is where this is going to take us. So we're going to leave it exactly like that. And then because I went and copied and pasted, it didn't go and recreate these for me. So I'm going to create them here live. And what's this going to do? This is, let me look, it is the flyout page. So make sure I have the right thing here set up. And this is going to be called flyout demo is what I'm going to call it. It's going to give me an error, of course. So let's do flyout demo. Hopefully it doesn't get too mad at me for doing that. And copy and paste. And then this was button 2. And for this one, we're going to call it a tab demo. And everything there is perfectly fine. I am going to just go and save that. And of course, it's giving me errors because nothing is there. So what I got to do is actually go and create these, and then hopefully they'll go away. So I'm going to go up here and right click and say add and new item again, .NET MAUI. Make sure you click on the XAML option. And then down inside of here, this is going to be, let's create flyout demo. So flyout demo, XAML, and add that inside of there. And then let's also go and create the other one. And it is called, see, it went away, the error went away, tab demo. Let's just copy this so we make sure we name it the right name. And we're going to create this. So we'll go here, add new item. Very important, .NET MAUI, and make sure that you have the XAML file selected. And then this one is going to be called tab demo. Boom, both those errors should go away that were inside of there. Where were they? Why does this keep opening? I don't need this. Or do I? Oh, it's updating. That's why. Okay, let's just save that. And here's this. There's the content page. And you can see both of these errors that were previously there are now gone. So what else do I need to do with this content page? Nothing really. This is just going to be a navigation page. Very, 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 very simple. So what I'd like to do now is go and get the main application part. So let's go to, this is main page XAML. And I'm going to make a couple little minor changes here as well. Main change is down here. I'm just going to leave this be called counter button. And the text is going to be demo page. And this is going to, again, switch different pages and so forth. And then we have on counter clicked. Well, now it's not going to update the button. Now it's just going to navigate away. So let's come in here and let's just go and comment this out just for simplicity's sake. So this is commented out, and there we go. So now, like, what would I like to do inside of here? Well, I'm going to just navigate to our content page that we have, that we created. So I'm going to say navigation dot and push async and new, and then this is going to be the content page demo. Is it there? No, it is not. Content page demo, content page demo, and parentheses and a semicolon at the end. And that is all I'm going to do there. So this is going to be the main code area, and I can get rid of that, and I can get rid of that, because very often I get overwhelmed whenever I have too many different files open. Okay, so now we'll get back over into our flyout. Now this is labeled as a content page. It's not a content page. It's a flyout page, so we have to change that. So we'll say flyout page. And a flyout is like an application where you can drag, like, here, I'll bring it over here. Okay, here's my emulator. It's still running, and I'm not closing my emulator every single time. If you want this to run fast, you don't want to do that. Content page is if you put your finger or your mouse in this circumstance on the left side and then move it this way, it's going to open up a pane that's going to have other content on it. So it's like a draggable little interface. Okay, so I changed this to flyout page, automatically changed that to flyout page, and then I just have to think about what I would like to do with this. Well, I have my title set out for flyout demo. I'm also going to define what type of flyout behavior. There's multiple different ways to use flyouts. Popover is going to be the default. You're also going to have a split, which doesn't hide the flyout, and then there's let me think. And the other options, I think that's good. I think that's basically the main idea with the flyouts. So we got this. So we have to define this. I'm going to say flyout layout behavior, and this is going to be popover. I don't need to do popover, but I'm just going to type it in there because that's the default way of working with it. And you can go in there and type in split instead and experiment to your heart's content to see what that looks like. And we're not going to have this, so we're going to get rid of the vertical stack layout we have inside of here. And what we have to do is define what content is going to be on the flyout and what content is going to be on the detail page. So let's come in and do that. So we'll say flyout page dot flyout, and there we go. And then I'm going to create a content page, and the title, I'm just going to call it my flyout, like this. And there's my content page, and then I'm just going to keep it simple and just type in label and some text, and the text is just going to be flyout test, like that. And then you can define all kinds of different properties. So I'm going to say something like horizontal text alignment. That works. And let's just have it be centered. And then also we have vertical text alignment. Let's also make that centered. And I'll make prettier looking stuff here later on. But for now, we're just going to keep it simple because I want you to completely understand everything that's going on. Okay, so we have the flyout part. Now we need the detail part. So let's just copy this because it's largely the same. And this is just going to be changed from flyout to detail. Like that, automatically updated. And I'll call this flyout detail. How about that? There we are. And what else would I like to do here? Actually, no, I don't even want the title. I don't even need a title on this. Let's just get rid of that. And instead, we'll do flyout detail here. That makes more sense. Okay, and leave it centered and everything, and all that is good. Make sure all your tags are all closed that you have open here. Okay, and we will save it. And now what we need to do is go into I'm just going to close this. I'm going to go flyout demo, open up the code area. this says content page. You cannot have that. It has to say FlyoutPage. Otherwise, you will not have a working program. Other than that, you don't need to change anything. So you can just save that and then close it once again. Then we're going to have our tabbed page. Or I accidentally clicked on this. Let's open up the XAML area inside of here. And this is going to be changed to tabbed page. So tabbed page like that. And tab demo, don't change any of that stuff. And we can also come in here and make a whole bunch of different changes here. So I'm going to use icons and a whole bunch of other different things so that everything isn't too terribly ugly. So I'm going to have my background color. So there's the background color, and let's just make it navy blue. And then selected. And if you're not getting these blues and all this stuff popping up inside of here, I can tell you why. You probably did something like this. Probably went add, new item, and then you didn't click on .NET MAUI, and you didn't click on this XAML file. Okay, so let's just cancel that. But that's probably, if you're not seeing all these different things, or you're having struggles with Visual Studio not automatically generating what you need, well, that's probably your problem. All right, why did I type selected here? Didn't mean to do that. Okay, so let's get rid of that. And then what we're going to do is maybe we want to define our bar text color, and let's make that white. And we'll do selected tab color, and we'll make that, remember I'm going to use the Wiki Colors here to try to make this look half decent. So light sky blue. And then one more, let's do unselected. You should have all of these if you're using tabs. Otherwise, it'll look god-awful terrible. Okay, and dark slate blue. Okay, slate blue, and you can see it pops up there. All right, good. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to have some different icons. And I used some icons from an image library that Microsoft actually provides. And it's the code, it's in the description. It's on GitHub, so get it, and you can get this link. But if you just type in Visual Studio 2022 image library, it'll take you there, or you can just, go here. But we're not going to leave that there, obviously. Okay, so what do I want to do? Now that I have my different images, I just have to get them. So here it is. And I'm going to go over in my resources directory. I just copied them from a folder, and I'm going to click on images and paste. And there they are. So there's all those. All right, so now what I'm going to do, underneath my label I have here, I am going to come down here, and do I want to have that there? Wait a minute, I don't want this at all. So let's get rid of this vertical layout. Don't need that. And we'll just throw in our different other content page inside of here. So we label these as content pages. So content page, and then we give them titles. So I'm going to go call this tab 1. And then if we want to use an icon, I go icon image source and add favorite.sfg. That's what this is right here. So I'm just going to, these are not going to do anything. They're just going to look semi-nice. So SVG file. And then we'll close this off like this and content page. All right. So we have to do this for all of them. So let's move this over here a little bit so that we can see this a little better. And paste this inside of here. Oh, I guess I forgot to copy. Let's go and copy it. Copy and then paste it inside of there. And this is going to be tab 2. So tab 2. And for this one, let's go add friend. So friend. And then another one, we'll call this tab 3. And this is going to be, what did I not use? Add image. So let's throw image inside of here. And there we are. So we have all of our content there for our different tabs as well. Last thing we need to do here, as far as I know, let's go and save that again, is to go to our tabbed code. So tab demo, and here's our CSS code. You have to change this to tabbed page. Otherwise, you are going to have all kinds of problems. Now go File and do a Save All. And then I am going to use my emulator. So I'm going to go Android emulator, this guy right here. My emulator is still open on my screen, by the way. See, here it is. All right. Just keep it open, let it sit there and hang out. And then I'm going to run it and see if I typed have any errors here. I very well might. And here we are. So if we click on our demo page, it's going to take us. Those buttons are horrible, but whatever. I'll get into the next example. Actually, I'll start getting into things like margins and spacings and things like that. Now, if we click on main page, we go back to this. And if we click on our flyout page, you can see there, this is where the detail part goes. And if I click and hold, you can see this is the flyout that I can drag over there. I have my back functionality. And here is our tabs. And of course, we could have additional content inside of all of these different tabs. All right. So moving up there with the information, hopefully it's all manageable. And up next, I'm going to cover a multitude of different layout options for you. All right. So now we're going to talk about layouts and other related formatting options, along with a whole bunch of elements. So we're going to create a new project just so it's easy. And MAUI app 3 is what it's going to be called. And I'm going to say next. That's all fine. And create. All right. Just setting that up so it's very easy for you to figure out what's going on. All right. Very first thing I'm going to do, I'm going to go over here to MAUI app 3. And I'm going to go down here where it says add. And I'm going to add a new item. Again, make sure you're real careful about what you pick here. .NET MAUI. XAML, and then I'm going to come in here, and I'm going to call this Stack Demo, and we're going to talk about the Stack Layout first. So let's just click on Add, and it's going to create that for us. Okay, so with a Stack Layout, let's go. Do I have it selected? Yes, there's the XAML file. All right, so we have ContentPage, that stays the same. We are going to change this from a vertical layout, which of course is going to lay out everything vertically. This also could be horizontal stack layout. We're going to stay with just a regular old stack layout, however. All right, so we have that set up. And what it's going to do is it's going to stack elements vertically by default, but you can also set it as a horizontal orientation just by coming in here and saying orientation and then horizontal. Okay, so if that's something that you'd like to do, that is an option. I'm going to leave it as vertical, which is the default. So let's go here. And let's go and add some different attributes here. Let's talk about maybe margin. Let's set margin to be equal to 10. And this is just defining the distance between elements and the layout. And then I'm also going to do spacing. And this is going to be the distance between each of your elements. Let's make that 8, just for the heck of it. All right. And do I want anything? Let's just leave the label here. That's perfectly fine. And what I'd like to do is also talk about frames. Now, a frame is going to wrap a view or a layout with a border. So let's create one. So we'll say frame. And I said it has a border, so of course we're going to be able to define border color. And let's just say I want this to be a dark gray. That looks good. And then I can add padding, and let's say that we want that to be 5 or something along those lines. Corner radius, let's set that for 5. And corner radius is just going to define the roundness of your corner. And you can also set has shadow if you would like. So has shadow like this, and set it to true or false. Wouldn't make any sense to set it to false because that's the default. But we're just going to not have anything beyond that. So there we go. And we just created a frame. Now you can have multiple stack layouts nested together if you would like. Maybe I want to get this label and move it out of here so we can see a little bit better. So we're going to come in, and I'm going to say that I want a stack layout, and I'm going to set, even though it doesn't make any sense, I'm going to set the orientation to vertical just so you can see what that looks like. And vertical. Yep, accidentally hit my caps lock key. All right, vertical. There we go. And I'm going to set the spacing for this to be 15. All right, so we have that all set up, and there is our stack layout. Now I'm going to let's go and get this label in here, and let's talk more about labels because there are a ton of different options you can have for labels. So I'm going to bring the text up here, and I'm just going to call this label 1. So let's go label and 1, and that is just the text that's going to show up inside of your labels. Vertical options, I'm going to have it be centered vertically. Horizontal options, again, centered vertically, but you could also, let's go and set it to start. What that simply means is horizontally, it's going to start over on the leftmost side of the screen. And if you were wondering, end is going to do the opposite. We can set a background color, and let's set our background color to midnight blue. Again, I'm using the Wiki Colors thing, which I talked about before, to find these colors. And maybe we want our text color. Let's go and have text color, and let's make that white so that we can see that well. And let's continue on here. Also, we can have different font attributes that we would like to set. So let's say that we want our font to show up as bold. Another option that we can have is maybe we want text decorations. And whenever you're typing these in, you can see all of the different options. So you have none, strike through, and underline. Maybe we want it to be underlined for some unknown reason. And then we can also request a width for this label. So we'll say width request, and let's have this be 80. And then let's also do a height request. And there you can set that to 40. All right, just to test out a whole bunch of different ideas for designing interfaces. Let's go and create another label inside of here because a couple other different things I'd like to talk about. So let's say that we have label again, and this is going to have text inside of it. And let's say that we want this to be label 2, but then we'd like to have a new line and then have another line for our label underneath of it. How you do that is go and a hash symbol, and there you go. Now you have a new line. And then you could say line 2. This is not going to be a nice interface if you're wondering. I'm just going and adding a whole bunch of different options here just so you can see all of them. Let's just keep this simple and have this be center, and we'll do horizontal text alignment, or horizontal options. Let's do horizontal options. Also make that center, and let's do a background color just so that it shows up a little bit. Background color, and let's make this dark green. And a final one, let's say that we want our text color, and let's make that white as well. Okay, just adding a whole bunch of functionality just so you can see all of the capabilities available to you. And also, why don't I talk about some more different horizontal options, because I think it's important to wrap your head around all of those because there are a bunch of them. All right, let's create another label. Let's just call this 3. We don't need a new line here, so let's go. There it is, label 3. Vertical options, let's leave that be center. And then horizontal options, let's have this be center. And we could do, there's a whole bunch of options you can have. So we can do center and expand. There we go. And what else? Let's go bring this down here. Background color for this, let's make this be dark red, just so everything is different. Text color white. That looks good. Why don't I also show you what end looks like whenever you use it for a label. So I'm going to copy this again, come down here, paste this in, and then we'll do this with label 4. Leave that as center, and we'll do this as horizontal options. So this is going to be end, and let's make this dark blue and white. That's all good. And why don't we do one more? I'd like to show what fill and expand looks like. So we'll do label 5 and center, and horizontal option is going to be fill and expand. And we'll make this indigo, and white. And the rest of it is perfectly fine. Let's make sure I have everything closed off. So I have a stack layout inside of a frame, and all of those are inside of another stack layout. So there we go, and it just provides a whole bunch of functionality for laying out your screen. Now what I need to do is I'm going to go and create inside of my main XAML file a whole bunch of buttons that you're just going to be able to click on and jump through all of these different types of layouts so you can see them all in one place. So to do that, I'm going to create a new button, and let's go give it a name, and let's do SLayout button. That sounds good. And what else would I like? Let's do the text that shows up inside of it. Let's just have this be StackLayout, and maybe we want to properties, describe what we have going on with this button. So semantic properties, and this is going to be hint, and then we'll say opens stack layout. And if you go and you code along with me, I think you're really going to get a lot. This stuff's just going to gel in your brain. So I want to do a new event handler. So let's go and create that. SLayout button clicked. That sounds good enough for me. And let's just do a very simple horizontal option, which is going to be that we want to center this button, and then close that off, of course, and then jump over into main. And what we're going to do in here is just go and call for our specific code to be created. On counter clicked. No, I don't even want that. So let's just get rid of it altogether. We got rid of it, didn't we? I think so. Yeah, we got rid of it. So I just deleted it. That's perfectly fine. And then over inside of here to go and actually get our new page, our stack layout page, to pop up. When that button's clicked, we say, of course, navigation dot push async, and we'll just do this. And then we called it stack demo. That's a stack demo is over here. So we'll say stack demo, exactly like that. And then we're going to say file, save all. And then we're going to run it, and this is not a Windows machine, and I'm going to use the emulator we set up before so I can show you the results on the screen, because that's useful. And we will go and run it. And here we are, and this is what it's going to look like. And we're going to click on Stack Layout, and you can see how everything lines up here. Let's see if I can do this in a way that makes sense. All right, so the very first part, you can see that we have our horizontal option set for start. And that's just going to move it over to the left side of the screen. You can also see that I defined a width as well as a height for it, and that's the reason why it's different. You can see here we have our horizontal option center, and you can see here is the new line, which is another option. And then after that, for label 3, you can see center and expand, how that lays out. You can see end, it's going to push it over to the right. And then fill and expand, it's going to actually have a start, like it was start. It's going to completely fill the whole entire frame that is surrounding all of my different labels. All right, so there's a rundown of the stack layout and how that one can work. Of course, you could go in there and change this into a horizontal layout and a whole bunch more to go and test some other different options. But what I want to do now is talk specifically about horizontal stacks. So what are we going to do? We're going to come over here and we're going to create a new one. So we'll go add new item, and it has the XAML file selected there for me. And let's come in and select this. And I'm just going to call this hStackDemo, and that name looks good. And let's create that. All right. So basically, if you know you will use a horizontal format or a vertical format, it is better to use a horizontal stack layout versus a stack layout or a vertical stack layout. But we're using a horizontal. So let's go change this to a horizontal stack layout. All right, good. And what do we want to put inside of here? Well, we can just leave these be set up here. I'm just going to play around with the different colors and not much more because basically I think it's pretty easy to understand what this is going to look like. So let's just go and copy this. And actually, let's change the background color just so these stand out a little bit. But it's a very simplistic concept. So it's going to stack horizontally. So there's no point in me going and complicating it. So let's go midnight blue and text color, and have it be white. And let's create that. And I just want to show you what it looks like. All right, so let's go and create, let's say, 3 labels and drag this down here. So there we are. And we're just going to leave these names be the same. And I'm just going to change the colors. That's all I'm going to do. Dark green. Because believe me, the other layouts are going to get a lot more complicated. So there's no point in overly complicating something that is rather easy to understand. And let's just change this to dark red. There we go. And let's save that. And of course, we need to go into our main file that we have here, our XAML file. And then we need to create a button that is going to allow us to come in here and work with this. So let's just copy that part and paste that inside of there. Go like this, new event handler, and it goes and creates a half decent name for me. And let's go and just copy the rest of this and paste that inside of there. So boom and boom. Looks good to me. All right. And we'll save that. And then whenever we go and set up our button inside of here, there's everything. Let's just go grab this guy right here and paste that inside of here. And then let's just change this part. And what did we call it? We called it an HStack demo. So we just have to put an H in front of that. And we'll save file and save all. And we will run it. And you'll get to see the simplicity of a horizontal stack layout. Whoops, I was going so fast here, I didn't actually pay attention to what I was doing. Let's change this to an HS. You can't have the same name for the buttons inside of your XAML file. Actually, it's kind of a good thing that that happened. And let's go and let's change all of this so that it's all properly set up. So I'm going to go and text is going to be horizontal stack layout and opens, and we'll change this to horizontal stack layout, and everything else looks good. So let's just save that and let's run it again. All right, and you can see here is our emulator and a horizontal stack layout. Guess what? Stacks everything horizontal, and since we set it that we wanted it to be set for horizontal option center, everything is all smashed together, and you can also see it runs off the screen. So something to be well aware of, and you're going to have to adjust your application as needed. All right, so that was rather simple. What I'd like to do now is go and cover something a little bit more complicated, which is a grid layout. So we're going to come over, and we're going to say add and new item. And this is selected, and I'm going to go and let's call this grid demo. Grid demo, and add, and here is our grid demo. Now with grid layouts, we position using columns and rows. And it's also important to understand that elements can take up the space in one or in multiple rows as well as in columns. And I'll demonstrate that in this specific example. So let's come in here. We're not using a vertical layout anymore. We're going to use grid. And some options that you have here. Let's say I want to do row spacing, and we'll set that to be 6. Spacing defines the distance between rows or columns. Let's also do column spacing. So column spacing, let's make that 6 as well. Now you're going to have what are called row and column definitions. Now there is a long way of doing it, and then there's a shorter way of doing it. I'm going to use the shorter way, but I'm also going to show you the long way. So we're going to go row definitions, and we are going to say here that we want 3 rows. So we're going to say star, star, whoops, and star. Okay, there you go. That means that we want 3 rows. Likewise, you could go and instead, after the grid, you could come inside of here and define like this. All right, you may see this somewhere, but this is not, I mean, it's just, no, don't do that. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to keep it rather simple. All right, so if you have row definitions, you're also going to want to define how many columns you're going to want. And to do that, you're going to use column definitions. So we're going to say column definitions. And just to keep this simple, we'll say that we want to have 3 columns as well. Now, just so that I can cover more ideas here, I'd also like to talk about box views. So let's create a box view, and let's say that it has a color of green. Okay, so there you are, box view, and we're going to need a closing tag, or no, we don't need a closing tag in this circumstance. Basically, what a box view is going to do is it's going to draw a defined rectangle that can hold other elements. So, and what we're going to do here is we are going to have text, a label inside of here. So let's go like this, and let's define what row and column this is supposed to be in so that we can match it up whenever we're analyzing what we designed here. So I'm going to say row is 0 and column is going to be 0 also. Let's go and define our text color as well. And our text color is going to be white. And let's just go and have vertical options be center, and then also have this be center. By default, if you don't define the specific columns you want to place your items into, they are going to go in the 0, 0 position. All right, so let's go and let's create another one. So I'm going to say copy. And if you don't define them and you throw a whole bunch of elements in, what it's going to do is it's going to stack them on top of each other. So be well aware of that. Believe me, you'll notice very, very quickly. So what I want to do here is I want to define that I want to put this in row 0 and column 1. So this is going to be this. And to do this, what we need to do with our box view that we have here, let's change this into blue instead. So there is blue. And what we want to do with our box view is that we want to say that we want it to be in column 1. If you don't put anything inside of it, it's automatically going to assume you want 0. So we could just leave that there. That's perfectly fine. Now down inside of our label, I already changed the text on this. You just do the same thing. So it's just like this box view is drawn, and then in that specific 0, 1 column, and what the label is going to do is it's just going to print over top of it. Everything else here is perfectly fine as well. So let's go, drew another one. So boom, and you're going to see just how useful grid layouts really are. Now for this guy, what I'd like to do is, what color do I want it to be? Let's just have it be teal because teal is a great color. All right, so for this one, we are going to say that we want the row to be 1. And what's the column going to be? 0, because we don't need to type that in. So we'll change this to also to row. Always defaults to 0. And then we're going to say that we want this to be in row 1, and everything's 0 indexed, by the way. And this is going to be in column 0, and everything else there is fine. So let's go and copy this and create another one, because we want this to be a little bit more complicated than what we have covered already. In this circumstance, we want the row to be defined, but we also want the column to be defined. We are going to put this in the 1, 1 space. So let's do this like this, paste that inside of there. Now we have, or whenever I type in column, we are going to define the placement, we want for this, and we'll change the purple. Change this to purple. All right, so that's purple. Again, we're going to do the same thing for our column here. So let's just copy this and let's paste that inside of there. And anything else I'd like to do? Well, how about what I'll also demonstrate that we want to actually take up 2 columns. So what we're in essence doing is we're starting at row 1 and column 1, but we want to take up 2 additional spaces, 2 additional columns. So to do that, what we do is we say grid dot column span, and we'll set this to 2. Okay, so that means start at column 1, but also expand over into column 2. All right, and all of that looks pretty good. Now for our last one, we're going to do much the same. So why don't we just come in here and copy this and come down and paste that in there. And for this one, what we actually want to do is we want to be on row 2, but we want to be in columns 0 and 1. And another thing it's important to know is you cannot put and symbols like that inside of here. Just wanted to make you aware of that because it's just something that popped into my head. Okay, so what do? We say that we want to go in grid row 2 because it is going to be 0 column. We do not need to define this. So let's get rid of that. And the color that I want to use here, I'm going to change this to red. So there's red. And then I also said that I wanted this to span multiple different columns. So we'll say grid dot column span, and let's set that to 2. So it's going to take the column 0 and the column 1 as well. Now, got all that set. I'm going to need to come in here and do likewise right here. So this is going to be, why don't I just copy this? It's so much easier. So let's just copy this and let's paste this inside of there. There we go. Have that set. And why doesn't it like this? Not sure. Set more than once. Oh, I set it down here. Okay, let's just get rid of that. Boom, boom, and that arrow will go away. All of this is good, and we'll have this be set for white and also for center. And I think that's it. So we have our grid closes, and then our content page closes also. So we need to go into main and set up a button that's going to allow us to open this. So we'll go copy and paste this inside of there. And what are we going to call this guy? I don't want to make the same mistake I made last time by not giving my button a name. So let's say grid button, and this is going to be a grid layout opens, and we'll change this to grid layout as well. And this part right here, let's just go get rid of all of that. So let's just copy cut that, and then let it generate the name for me. Something like this, new event handler, and close that off, paste that inside of there, and that looks good. So grid button clicked. It needs updated over here. There's grid button clicked. Let's go to navigation, copy that, paste that right there, and then I called this grid demo, I believe. Yes, I did. So let's go grid demo, and we will go file, save all, and then we will run it, and you get to see the magic of grids. And let's bring this up here so you can sort of scroll through and see what exactly we did. And here is our emulator. Let's bring it over here. And here is a grid layout. And you can see exactly how all of those different parts were set up inside of here. You can also see that this is not spanning like I want it to. Why is that? I forgot to put column span. So let's go get rid of this. And let's go and put column span inside of the box view. You have to do it for both. Very important. So let's go inside of here, paste that there, move that down. I think everything else looks good. Yeah, everything else looks great. Okay, so let's go and save that, and let's rerun that. All right, so we got that set up, and grid layout, and now you can see it stretched over. All right, so what do we have here? We defined we wanted 3 columns and 3 rows. 3 columns and 3 rows is what you have. By the way, if you would go and define like a fourth column, it would just be white space, which I think you saw whenever I made that little error. And the same would be true down here. So everything is going to be broken up equally inside of here. And we'll get into absolute layouts and flex layouts and all that other stuff here coming up. So here we are. We just placed everything in rows and columns. Here we used column span to jump over. And likewise, we used column span here to start in the, this is row 2, 0, 1, 2, like that. And we said column span should be 2. And we didn't define a column, so it automatically defaulted to 0, and then it stretched over. Okay? So I think you can get the vibe of exactly how you can use grid demo or grid layouts to do pretty nice, tight layouts. And what I'd like to do is go and actually show you another one so that I can do a little bit more complicated things and also show you entry, which is another element we can use inside of .NET MAUI. So what I want to do is create the beginnings anyway of a basic calculator interface. So new, and let's call this Calc Demo. Sounds good. And Calc Demo. Good. Got that created. All right, so this is going to be a little bit more complicated, but it's going to be a grid layout just like before. So we're going to come in here and we're going to change this to grid, and then we're going to define padding. So let's just do something like padding is going to be equal to, say, 16, and I'm going to do row spacing is going to be equal to 2. And then let's also do column spacing and set that to 2 so that we have pretty much the same type of idea here. Another thing I'd like to do is, of course, you can change the background color for your whole entire application. And how you would do that, you can also change the title, of course. So let's come down here and let's do background color, tab. And if you ever wondered what the default purple is for .NET MAUI, I'm sure you've been wondering, but it's useful to know. This is the hex code for it. All right, so that's the .NET MAUI default purple color. So that's just what we're going to use just for this. And then I have these all set up. And of course, I need to do row definitions. And this time I'm going to say that I want, let's say, 6 rows. It's going to be a little bit more complicated than what we had before. And 6 rows. And then let's say we want 4 columns. So we'll say column definitions. And we'll say this is going to be an extremely simple calculator. All right. So we have that all set up. Now I'd like to talk about entries. Let's get rid of this label altogether. I'm going to slam an entry in here just so that I can talk about entries. Not necessarily because you would use an entry for a calculator. All right, so basically an entry allows for entering text. So how you create them, just type entry, of course, and you have to give it a name. So I'm going to say name is equal to, and we'll keep this very simple. Let's just have it be entry. That works. Then we are going to say that we want placeholder text. So what's going to show up whenever it opens. So I'm going to say placeholder text. This is a calculator. It starts off as 0, so I'm going to leave it be 0. I'm then going to have horizontal text alignment, and let's have that be end. That means that it's going to show up at the far right of our entry window. You can also come in and define font size, and let's have that be 22. You can also do max length. Let's say we only want to do calculations of a certain size, and let's say that that is going to be equal to 10 digits. You can set it for read only. So let's say that we do not want the user to be able to come in here and define or change anything. Kind of defeats the purpose of an entry. And of course, it is false by default, but I'm just covering this just to cover it. Then what we need to do, because this is a grid layout, we need to define what row we want this in. I'm going to say that I want this to be grid row and have it be equal to 0. And I'm also going to say that I want column, grid column to be equal to 0 also. And finally, I want the entry window to take up 4 spaces. So we're going to say grid dot and column span. Whoops, hit the wrong one there. Column span, and we'll say that we want this to take up 4 columns. So let's just do it that way. All right, so we have that all set up. Close that off, and that is our entry window. Now for a calculator, of course, we're going to need a whole bunch of buttons that the user can interact with. So I am going to come in and say button, and let's just throw in some common calculator types of things. So there we are. That allows them to define the sign. I'm going to say that I want this to be set up in the second row, or the first in this circumstance. I'm going to say that I want column. I want it to be on the leftmost side, so that's going to be 0 also. Let's go and do font size. Let's have it be exactly the same as the entry window. That kind of makes sense. And then we have to define clicked, and what will we say here? Oh, this is clicked like this. There we go. And for this boy, let's say that we want to change it. Why did it just should have automatically come in there? New event handler. And do I want to? I'm going to go and use my own actually. So I'm going to call this assign change clicked like that. And I'm going to have to put it, in there automatically. So let's go over into calculator. Remember, calculator demo. Code is underneath of it like this, and then I'm just going to borrow it from one of these other pages we have here. All right, let's go into the main code and let's just copy all of this stuff. So copy, and then here is our code window. It's outside of that initialization method we have inside of there. And then let's grab this. Oops, where is it? I called it sign change clicked. There it is. And let's go and change this to that same exact name. And then if you ever want a function that just doesn't do anything, then you just do open and closing curly brackets. Make sure that I accidentally deleted that curly bracket, however. All right, so that's good. There we are. Have all that set up. And then we just are going to do the same thing. We're going to create a whole bunch of additional buttons. So let's just go grab this, and let's do the whole entire row of buttons. So for the next one, let's say that we want to allow them to put decimals inside of there. And in this circumstance, it's going to be row 1 because we want this on the same row. However, we want this on a different column, and that's the next column, which is going to be 1. And then we'll change this to decimal clicked. So decimal clicked. We can go and copy this, jump over into our code, and just throw a method inside of here called decimal clicked, like that, and decimal clicked. So cut that out of there and paste that right there. Okay, just to show you how these are matching up. Let's create another button. So let's copy this, paste that inside of there, and let's say that we want them to be able to get a value. So we'll throw an equal sign inside of there. We want this to the next place over on the right, so we'll change that to 2, and then we'll change this to equal clicked. Equal clicked. Boom, and jump over here, and let's go and copy this and paste that in there, and then change this to equal clicked. Equal clicked. There we are. Any other ones? I think I might as well just do this over inside of here. I'm going to use the same method for any of the operators. So the plus, minus, multiplication, and division. I'm going to have those all have the same name, and those are going to be on operator clicked, like that. And I'm going to have the same one for every number that is clicked also. So we'll come in here, paste that there, and then we'll just call this number clicked, and then we'll figure out what number it was. So number clicked. And later on, we'll get into passing data from the XAML file interface over into the code and so forth in a more complex way. All right, the final operator I want to have inside of here, let's do this, is going to be a division. So we're going to division, multiplication, and plus and adding and subtracting, of course. All this is fine. And I said for this, I want to use the same exact method every single time. So operator clicked like that. And whoops, I accidentally hit that twice. Okay, good. And then we'll have a whole bunch of numbers that we're going to be using. So this is going to be the next column. So we're going to, or actually the next row. So what we're going to do for this is change our grid row to be equal to 2. And our column, we're going to start back at 0. So this is how we're going to stack up all of these. And this is called number clicked, because that's how we had that set up. And the text for this is going to be 7. So I'll get this, copy, and paste. And this is just simply going to be changed to 8. And then, of course, we have to move over to the next column. Other than that, everything's the same. This is going to be 9, of course. This is going to move over to the next column, which is going to be 2. Number click, still fine. And then we're going to have multiplication here. So this is going to be multiplication, and this is going to go to column 3. That's fine. And this is called on operator clicked. Copy. So this is a little bit more complex in regards to setting up an interface. So we'll say save all, and then we will run it and see if we have any errors here. Well, I know we're not going to get any errors, but I did forget to put the way of opening the calculator up on the screen. So let's just go and copy this, and copy and paste this down inside of here. Whoops, didn't get the copy the first time. All right, let's go and try this again. So copy and paste. There we are. And I'm going to call this calc button. So calc button. And this is just going to be, let's just call this calc grid layout, because it is a grid layout. And we'll call this opens calc grid layout. And that is going to be the same there. And then I'll say on calc clicked. And there we are. So then we have to create this, copy that, jump over into main, and bounce here, go and get this guy, copy, paste, okay, and that's how that's going to line up with that. And then I'm just going to copy this and throw this inside of here. All right, there we are. And then this is called calc demo, so let's call calc demo, save, and now run the emulator, and everything should work fine as long as I saved everything. And it looks like it did. Let's bring the emulator over here. Click on Calc Grid Layout. And there you can see is our calculator layout. And then, of course, we could add all kinds of different functionality to it to make it a more proper, good-looking calculator. All right, so there's another example of how we can use grid layouts. And next, I want to talk about flex layouts. Okay, so I'm, of course, going to come over and create another XAML file with some code, and so that we'll be able to easily switch between these. I'm going to call this flex demo, and that's fine. And we'll say add. All right, so for this guy, what we're going to do is this is going to be changed into a flex layout. And basically, a flex layout is going to arrange horizontally and vertically. And it's going to be, what separates is it's going to adapt depending on the screen size and orientation. It's sort of similar to the CSS flexible box layout, if you've ever seen those before. So what we're going to do is inside of flex layout here, I'm not going to use labels. I might use buttons or something instead. We'll say flex layout, and then we're going to define the direction. And the direction is going to define if we align based on if there is a single row or column in which to lay out elements. Okay, so our direction that we're going to put inside of here is going to be row. So we'll say row. And then we're going to say that we want to align items. And this, of course, just defines how to align in a layout, which is, I'm going to show you a whole bunch of them. All right, so align items. I'm going to do stretch here first. And then I'm just going to throw a whole bunch of buttons inside of here and then play around with these different options so that you can see how they affect the interface. So I'm going to say button and text is going to be equal to, and I'm just going to say that this is label 1, and the text color, let's make that be white so it's very easy to see, and then background color is going to be, let's make this blue, okay? And then of course I have to close this off, and let's make 2 buttons. That's more than enough for what we need to demonstrate, at least in this example. I'll make something a little bit more complicated here in a minute. I just want to get it so you can understand what happens whenever we change row and stretch and all of these other different options. So we'll make this be equal to green. Green, good. And I got that set up. Okay, so now that we have that set up, we of course have to create a new button. So let's go in here and copy that. Don't worry, I'm going to get a more complex type of layout here in a second. And what do we want to call this? Let's just call this flex button because that looks okay. So we'll say flex button. And this right here is going to be a flex layout. So flex layout opens, and we'll just call this flex layout. And the name on this is going to be on flex clicked. And flex button clicked. You know what? That sounds fine. Okay, so let's just do flex button clicked and centered. All good. And then flex button clicked, automatically created here. Let's go and copy this, paste this here, and then this is called flex demo. Flex demo. Save file, save all, and let's run it. Okay, and then I'm going to go and change a whole bunch of different things here with these directions and align items just so you can see how they change. All right, so here it is, and flex layout, and you can see exactly how those line up. Okay, and you can also see how they stretch, and you can also see that how we have it set up here in this specific situation where we are saying that the direction should be row. This is defining if this is going to be set up on a single row or not, or column or whatever. Let's change these. Okay, so here we have row. So what happens if we change this to column? Okay, so that's row. Let's change this to column. Only thing we're changing. Oh, column. There we are. And save it and run it again. So boom, like this. And loaded very, very quickly. And flex layout, and now you can see there they are. Now they're set up on a column. You can also change these. So you can do column reverse. So we'll do reverse like this. Save and run it again. And let's just bring it over here. Loads very, very quickly. Emulator getting bigger. All right, there we are. Flex layout. And now you can see there at the bottom. And the same thing is going to happen if you do row reverse. The rows are going to be over here on this side. All right. So what else can we do? Well, we can also, there's multiple different other options here available to us. Let's set this back to the direction being equal to row. You already saw what stretch does. It stretches and fills in that area. We can also do center. So we'll do center like this. It's just kind of giving you an overview of what happens whenever you go and change all these different options. Okay, so here's center, flex layout, and now they are centered in the center instead of being stretched out like they were previously. And we can also do start and end. Guess what start's going to do? It's going to put it in the upper left-hand corner, but I will show you. I'm not going to show you end because I think you'll get it. So let's just go set that for start. And here we are. Bring this over again. And if we get this up here, we can just click that. And look at that. It's exactly where you thought it was going to be. All right. So there is an overview of flex layouts. Now what I want to do is show you how you can create something a little bit more complex. So what we're going to do in this circumstance is we're going to define these as columns. So this is going to be column, and you know how that works because you just saw that. And I'm just going to get rid of a line item. So I'm just going to use the default. And then what I'm going to do is I'm basically going to set up an HTML page directly inside of our application with headers and footers and all that stuff, and a flex layout that's inside of it. So what am I going to do? I'm going to say that I want label, and I'm going to say text is equal to, and we'll just have this be header is the text that's going to show up in the label, and I'm going to do font size, which is going to be equal to 18, and background color, which is going to be equal to red, and then the text color is going to be white, and I'm just going to have this be centered. Horizontal. The text is going to be centered, so we'll say center like that. Then I'm going to have the footer be at the bottom. Then we're going to have another flex layout that is going to lie in the center of these two guys. So I'll paste that there, and we're just going to change this to footer. So footer. And I'm just going to leave it be red just so that that is very easy to understand. All right, so there we go. Okay, so now that we have this is going to be at the top, this is going to be at the bottom, obviously based off the names. And what I want to do here is create another flex layout. So I'll do flex layout inside of another flex layout. Now, for this guy, I'm going to say that I want to have this be flex layout dot grow and set that to 100% or 1. And what does that mean? Well, grow means we want all the space not needed for the header and the footer to be taken up by everything that we have inside of our new flex layout. So what we're going to do is we're going to say that we want to create a label, and text for it is going to be the words content, and then we're going to define that we want our font size to be equal to 18 and our background color to be equal to gray, and then we will have, let's just say we want everything to be set up in the center. So we'll say center like that, and vertical text alignment is equal to center, and then we're going to use grow again. And again, this is going to say that we want to take up all space available after all of the other different elements in this flex layout take up the required space they require. And we can also go in and define sizes and so forth, as you will see. So we're going to say flex layout and grow. So this is going to be like an arbitrary sort of size depending upon how much space the other different pieces take. And for this, I'm going to use a box view, and talked about box views before. So I'm going to say box view, and for this, we have special flex layout options. I'm going to use basis, like this, and I'm going to set that to 50. And basis is going to define, be used anyway, whenever we want a specific width for this box view. And I'm going to say flex layout, and if I want this item to be the very first item inside of the flex layout, now normally it would be this one because it comes up first, but what I'm saying here is I actually want this to supersede and go above it. Well, if you want to move it around, you can go -1, and that will give you that option. And then I'm going to say that I want the color for this to just be a simple blue. And let's go and close that off. And then we are going to go and put in another box view. And I'm going to say box. And of course, you can put labels and text and elements and stuff all over the place if you would like. So we'll say flex layout. And for this one, I'm going to have the basis be exactly the same. So basis is going to be equal to 50 also. And just to make it stand out, I will change its color to be equal to green. And there that is. And there we are. Okay. I think that's good. I think that's enough information. Let's go and create this over inside of our XAML file, or our main XAML file, so that we can open this up. So we're going to go right here and just copy this and paste this down inside of here. And we can call this FlexButton 2. I don't know. That's fine. And the text FlexLayout, and we'll just call this 2 also. Opens FlexLayout 2, looks good. FlexButton 2, clicked. Horizontal options fine, all good. And then we'll jump down here and create this method also. Paste that there. FlexButton 2, clicked. And then I don't know. What do we want to do? You know what? Why don't we just go and get rid of what we had before? So just to keep this a little bit more simplistic. We're creating all these extra buttons, and we don't need to do that. All right, so let's just come up here, and we don't need this. FlexButton 2, we're just going bye-bye. So let's just get rid of it altogether. We don't need it. All right, save that, and then we'll go back into our Flex, and this is good, this is good. Yeah, I deleted all that, so there's no point in creating another one. All right, save, file, save all, and run. All right, and here it is. Bring it over here, FlexLayout, and there you can see we basically created an interface like is common with a regular old website. Okay, we're almost through all the different layout options. The last one that's available to us is one that's pretty crazy. It's called AbsoluteLayout. So let's create it. So we're going to come over here. We'll go add, and we'll say new item, and I'm going to call this what? Absolute Demo. Good. Got that set up. Okay, for our absolute layouts, what it's going to do is it's actually going to allow you to position elements explicitly based off of the upper left-hand corner. So this is also something that everyone should be well aware of if you've been programming for a while anyway. And it's also important to understand that if the position isn't defined, the elements will stack on top of each other, just like we saw with our grid layout. And they will all stack on top of each other in the upper left-hand corner, just like we saw with our grid layout. And I'm going to show you a couple different examples. So I'm going to go, we can go and actually use almost like pixels for defining heights and widths and position. Or we can actually use a percentage also as an option. So I'm just going to call this label 1. So we'll go label 1. And different options I want here. Well, basically, I'm going to do absolute layout. And then what I'm going to say is I need to define my layout bounds. And this is going to be X and Y, as well as width and height. You have to define all of them. So I'm going to say that I want, and this is very much absolute positioning, and I'm going to show you percentage-based positioning here later. So we have X and Y starting in the upper left-hand corner. I'm saying that I want this to be 100 width and 50 height. And then after this, let's go and define a whole bunch of other different things. So we'll do background color. And let's just make that be red. That's fine. And our text color is going to be equal to white. And horizontal and everything else being centered is perfectly fine. Let's go and copy this and go and create another label. And then I'll show you what it looks like whenever they are laid out on the screen. So very, very precise. X, okay, so I'm saying that I want this to be X position 120 and 10. So I want these to be put on the screen, stacked next to each other. And then you're going to manually define spacing and things like that whenever you're using an absolute layout. So we're going to say that we want this to have a background color of blue. Everything else here is perfectly fine. All right, so what do we need to do? We need to go into our main XAML file. And we need to go and create a way to click and open this. So let's go here, copy and paste. and we'll call this absolute button, absolute button, and the text is going to be absolute layout, and opens absolute layout, absolute layout centered, all fine. And then let's call this on absolute clicked, on absolute clicked. Seems good enough for me. And let's just have that be that. Okay, so I'm going to copy this, and where is my main? There it is. And wait a minute, not this one. Nope, don't want this one. Close that. Oh, there it is. It got bounced off the screen somehow. Okay, and let's go and copy this, and specifically open up our absolute page, which we have. So let's get this. Boom. Paste this inside of here like that. And then new, and this is called absolute demo, right? Absolute demo, yes. Absolute demo. I'll save. And I think I did everything right. Rather simplistic, so we shouldn't have any problems. And let's run the emulator. Whoops, there it is. All right, so here's our absolute layout, and we click it, and you can see that, yes, indeed, they position themselves exactly the way that we defined, okay? So let's go and do something a little bit more interesting, though. What I'd like to do now is I want to define everything based off of a percentage layout. All right, so how we're going to do that, we're going to do everything in our XAML file once again. And what we're going to use now is what are called layout flags. And what they do is they basically provide proportional positioning and sizing. So we have our same two labels. We're not going to change that. And absolute layout, we're just going to go and change what we have inside of here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to have this be 10 and 10. That's perfectly fine. However, I am going to define the width and height as a percentage. So I can put this as 0.25. And now they were going to take up the available space that we have allotted to them. Now, one additional thing we're going to need to do is we're going to need to go absolute, there we are, absolute layout like this, and then go layout flags. And what we're going to do here is we're going to say that we want to size proportionally. So flags is equal to size proportional, because that is the part that has changed. We're only changing the sizes for proportionality. We are not changing our positioning proportionally. So size proportional, fine. Red, white, center, center, also fine. Let's also go and change these down here. Let's make this 150, 10, and 0.25 for sizing proportional. Change this to 0.25 also. Let's go and copy this part right here. I'm going to show you also how to lay out proportionally also. So that's good. Don't need to do anything else with that. I think that looks good, and let's run it. And here it is, an absolute layout. And now you can see that we have those also set up that way. All right, so good stuff. Let's go and keep changing some things though, however. Now what we want to do is come in here and size based off of position as well as size. Okay, so how we do this, absolute layout, layout bounds, and we're going to make this be 0.05 like this, and 0.05 like this. And whoops, I actually figured out something. I did something incorrect. Let's do this. I forgot to do the same thing I keep forgetting to do. Let's go into main, and I have to actually change this. Let's see. Did I do that? Let's see. Layout. Oh, no, that's fine. Everything's fine. Okay, cool. Never mind. I did it right, and I thought I did it wrong. Absolute click, absolute demo. All right, good. So let's go get this right here and start sizing different. Okay, so this is going to be a positional change. I'm going to have this be 0.05 based off of the upper left-hand corner, 0.05 once again. I'm going to leave this be 25, 25. And then for this part right here, to accommodate the size that's going to be, or the room that's going to be needed to accommodate both of these labels, I'm going to change that to 0.05. Now you can actually go in and type in size proportional and then also put in position proportional. Like you go size proportional and then put a comma inside of here. Here, I'll just show it to you. And this is also going to be position proportional. Okay, but that's kind of silly because you can also just write all. And so we're just going to write all inside of there. Something that you may see somewhere, but kind of unlikely. So, all right, we got all those set up, and these are all based off of percentages also. So let's save that, file, save all, and run it. Whoops, I had a little bug here. I have, you want the text alignment to be centered. I accidentally went and typed in horizontal or vertical options and horizontal options. That'll give you an error. So just make sure that you have horizontal and text alignment. And if we do that, then we see that we get the results that we expect with our absolute layouts, which is this. All right. So there you go. A whole bunch of information on layouts. And up next, I'm going to do more on the different elements that we can work with in our applications and messing around with different components. All right, so now I'm going to show you how to use a ton of different controls. So we're just going to create a new app. I want to keep everything all nicely divided up. And we have that set for create. And here we are. All right, so the very first thing we're going to do, I'm not sure how I want to organize this. So I'm going to stick with my normal thing where I go and create multiple different buttons. So I'm going to get rid of this label that is, I'm in the XAML file for main. I'm going to get rid of that. So that's gone. And then I'll just keep this button right here for now. And I'm just going to change the name of it. Let's say that I want to call this control button instead. So we'll go control button, and it might give me an error because I just got rid of the button that's assigned to a method inside of the main code file. And what do I want to do here? I'm just going to put the text on here is going to be controls, and then I'm going to give this a little description, and I'll just say a bunch of controls. And then down here, I am going to define a new method that I want to use for this. And let's go and see what it just cooks up for us. Control button clicked. Seems perfectly fine. And this might be the only thing we do with this. And then we come in here. This function or method is no longer called, so we can just go and delete it. And then inside of our control button event handler right here, what I'm going to need to do is just go in and push it to a page that's just going to be about all the controls. So I'll say, again, navigation, there it is, and dot, and push async, and there we are. And the new page is going to be called control demo. So we're going to come up here, and we're going to say that we want to add a new item. And remember, we want to click on .NET MAUI like this, and a XAML page like this. And then I'm going to give this the name of, how about control demo? So control demo. That seems fine. And let's add that in there. And then what we can do over here is say control demo is going to be the name of the page that we are going to use. So there it is. All right. That might be the only thing we do with the main programs here. Okay, so now let's get into the actual controls. So what am I going to want to do here? Well, I have a StackLayout. I'm probably going to have so many controls. I'm going to try to cover pretty much every one of them. So I might need the ability to scroll through them. So I'm going to create a ScrollView so that I can scroll through all of these controls. There's a good number of them. So let's go get that. And then after the StackLayout, throw the ScrollView inside of here. All right, so what's the very first thing I'd like to do? How about one thing you can do is you can actually use images as buttons. So I am going to go and just show you how to do that. So let's go and get rid of this label here altogether. And instead, we're going to create an image button. So image button and X, and name is going to be very simple. It's just going to be image btn. And the source, why don't we keep this nice and simple? I'm going to show you how to use custom images in a couple minutes. But for now, let's just go over here to our resources directory and our images and use this .NET bot thing, just so that we can use something that's there. So .NET and bot.svg. You normally don't even have to put the SVG in there as long as you don't have multiple images with the same name, but I typed it in. Okay, and then I'm going to say clicked, and let's just say that we want to create an image or a handler. So let's go like this, and there we go. So we have image button clicked, and then we have to make image button clicked do something. So there's the code file. There's our code file, and there is our image button clicked file. So what I want to do for this is just quite simply, I'm going to open up an alert that shows that yes, indeed, this works. So display alert, and I'm going to say alert, and then I'll say, what do we want? You clicked the image, and then for our button, it's just going to say okay, like that. All right, so we did some stuff here, and let's go and let's just verify that everything is running here. So I have this set for Windows machine. I do not want that. I am going to say Android emulators, Pixel 5, just like before. Remember, you can use your phone and such, but I don't want to. I think it's going to try to create. There are no, I do not want to do that. Okay. So I accidentally clicked on the wrong thing. So let's go and play this in the emulator and see exactly what's going on with it. All right, and after a few seconds, we have our little application. We click on controls. There's our image, and now it should go and do a little alert for us. And it does. Okay, so everything so far is working beautifully. Now, of course, we can go in here and actually throw in regular buttons. And because I'm talking about controls, again, I know I covered buttons before, but why not do it again? So here we are. This is how we create a button. I'm just going to give it the name of button, works good. Text is going to be equal to alert. And then we'll say when it is clicked, we want button clicked or something is what it's going to give me here right there. And then let's do horizontal options and put this in here as centered. All right, good stuff. And of course, have to go over into the code area and figure out what we want to put inside of here. Let's just say that we want to go and do another alert. Don't worry, these are going to get way more complicated. I'm going to be doing carousels and all kinds of cool things. Alert, and in this one, I'll say you click the button or something. So there we are. You click the button and okay. All right, let's trust that that worked. And we'll test it in a bit. What I want to talk about now are radio buttons. So radio buttons are either going to be on or off in regards to the group they're in, as long as they are actually in a group. Well, you know what? Let's do something a little bit more interesting. Let's do a search bar that allows the user to enter some information. So let's come in, and I'm going to go and create a label that's data is going to change based off of interactions we have with our controls. So I'm going to call this, let's give it a name of X name, and, or let's give it a name of info label. Okay, there we are, and there is our label. And we're going to be changing its value based off of interactions with the control. And the very first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to allow the user to enter some information. Multiple ways of doing this. In this situation, I'm going to use a search bar. And I'm going to call this, what should we call it? Let's just call it search bar. Pretty simple. So there we are. And then after that, you have to say search button pressed. And I'm just going to generate a handler for that. And what should we do with it? Let's go and put this on a separate line, and let's close that off. That's all you have to do for that. All right, now jump over into our code, and actually figure out what's going to happen whenever they click on it. Well, what I want to do is I want to take this label and I want to update information inside of there for that label. So how we do that is how we update information is we reference the name we gave it. So info label, and the text is going to be equal to, let's go like this. Text is going to be equal to, and let's go and grab whatever text they have in the search bar. Now I just want to use raw text, so I'm going to put a $sign inside of there, and then I'll say searching for, and if we want to get the data that was passed over inside of the search bar that we created, you just say search and bar and text, and there it is. And now we're able to go and get that and display it in our little label that we have. And then we'll also test that our button works. So let's go and run it. And here we are. Looks like it's going to work. Let's go controls. And there's our little alert. We should put space inside of here so these aren't all butted together. You can see there's the alert. And I can just type in my name or something and hit enter, and you can see searching for Derek pops up inside of there. Let's go and clean up the spacing on this a little bit. All right, and where we do that, of course, is in the XAML file. And what I want to do is I want to throw a margin around everything, all the controls, so they're not butted up against the inside. And then I'm also going to throw spacing between the controls. And we do this in our vertical stack layout. So I'm going to say margin is equal to 20. And spacing is going to be equal to 10. And that'll make everything look a little bit nicer. Okay, so what do we want to do next? I said I wanted to do radio buttons, so let's do that. So what we're going to do here is I'm going to say that I want a radio button, and we're going to say checked changed. We're going to have a specific method called whenever the radio button's state changes. And in this situation, I'm going to put the content, which is going to be the text that is tied to it. I'm going to have this be man. And then I'm going to put both these radio buttons in the same group. That's how you, when one's turned on, the other one automatically turns off. That's how that operates. And that's normally the only way you should use radio buttons. If you want the different controls to not be tied together, you should use checkboxes, and I'll cover checkboxes next. So we'll say group name, and we'll call this sex group. So we're going to be asking the user for whether they are a man or a woman. So let's just throw this right here, and our value is that, and there we go. And then let's go and create another radio button for woman. So let's copy this and paste. And this is all going to stay the same. This is going to be woman. And remember, the group's the same, so they'll be tied together. And if you want to have multiple radio buttons, but in different groups, well, you just change the group name. There you go. Pretty simple stuff. So we have those set up. And then we have radio button check changed. So those, I'm going to create a function that is going to be handling both radio button operations. So there it is, radio button and check changed. And then what we're going to do here is I'm going to go radio button like that. And we'll call this sex button is equal to, and it's going to be equal to the sender, which we want to be called a radio button. And then what we're going to do is just update our label again with the information we received. And this is how to receive the information, and it's also how to use it in a label. All right, so I see you are a, and then to get the information, whoops, I put an extra space inside of there. To get the information from that sex button, you just say sex, whoops, I accidentally hit caps lock. All right, sex button, there we go, and content, like that. And that is how we're able to get the information back. But of course, you have to throw a quote inside of there. Okay, so let's run that. You can see how the radio buttons work. And of course, this is exactly how we're going to operate everything. So let's just drag this over. Very snappy and quick. And you can see if I click on man, it says, I see you are a man. If I click on woman, you can see, I see you are a woman. All right, good. So I talked about checkboxes. So I'm going to go create some checkboxes now and show you how they operate. So with the checkboxes, why don't I do another layout inside of here just to show you that you can do that. I'm going to do a horizontal stack layout. Everything else should be perfectly fine. And I'm going to put a checkbox inside of here. Checkbox. And I'm going to say is checked. And I'll mark it as true. This is going to be its default state is going to be true. And let's go play around with colors and such. So let's just make this blue. And let's have our vertical options be equal to center. And checked. Let's go and create a event handler. It's called check changed. And what we're going to do with it is call a method that is going to do some stuff. And what I'm going to do here is I'm going to throw a label in. So I'm going to say label. And these are going to be next to each other. That's the reason why I'm using the horizontal stack layout. And I'll say text. And I'll say something like, do you like this tutorial? Sounds like something good to do. And vertical options are also going to be center for this. So let's go and get that, paste that there, and close that off. And I think that's all I want to do for that. You can have multiple different checkboxes, but you know, there's no reason. So now I have over here in the code area where I'm going to be able to go and do different things based off of the checkbox being checked or not. So what do I want to do here? Well, I think I'm just going to come in and just update our label again. So I'll say info label and text, and I'll say equal to, and I'll say clicked checkbox or something. Checkbox. And to get the value out of this, we're going to say e.value, and everything else there is perfectly good. So we can save that and run it and check out the checkbox. So let's just drag this over. You can see how quickly it goes and opens and controls. And whenever I check this, it says click checkbox false, because the only thing that would be tied to a checkbox is whether it is true or false. And then inside of your code, you can react differently depending upon if the code is true or false. So good stuff. What I like to do now, let's say that I want to do a switch. So let's go back into our XAML code, and I'm going to have a separate horizontal stack layout here. So let's go here, and I'll go horizontal stack layout. And for this one, I'm going to say that I want a switch, and is toggled is going to be set to true by default. And you can play around with the colors again. On color, let's have that be blue. And then let's have, you can change the little thumb, they call it, the part that you would move in the normal world. So that's called a thumb. Let's make that purple. And vertical options, let's have it be centered. And whenever it is toggled, well, I want a function to be called, and that's going to be switch toggled. Good name. All right, close that off. And then I'm going to put a label underneath of it, just like I did before. So let's go here and copy. It's just sort of another option versus our normal checkbox. And I'll say something like, you love this tutorial. Okay, center, all that's fine. Save it, jump over into the code. So what are we going to do with our switch toggled thing here? Well, I'm just going to do the same thing. I'm going to update our info label, paste that there. I think I got everything. I did. All right, and then we will say clicked and toggle like that. And then to get the value, you use eValue, just like you did last time. So you can run that again and drag this over. And whoop, there it is, controls. And you can see what the toggle looks like. See, there's the blue for whenever it's on. You can't see it. Let's go get this out of the way. Here is the XAML code, so you can see blue for whenever it's in its on state. That's the blue. And you can see the thumb part right there, which is purple. And you can see also that it is being toggled on and off because of the label we have up there. Okay, well, what's next? Well, let's say also, I'm trying to think of something that is quite similar to this. How about a SwipeView? Basically, the way a SwipeView works is, let's put this outside of the horizontal stack layout. It doesn't make sense. So a SwipeView is going to contain items that reveal menu items whenever they are swiped. So I'm going to go SwipeView like this, and there's nothing here. Then what we can do is, and what we're able to do is we can swipe to the left, the right, down, and up. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to have them swipe to the left. So how you do that is you say swipe and view and then dot and left items like this. Right like that. And there's other ways. Let me just show you here. There's other ways of swiping. So let's just go copy this, paste this in. You can swipe if you have left, it's going to be, or if you want them to go to the left, it's going to be left items, right items, down, top items, up, bottom items. That is how they are going to be differentiated. And you can play around to see which one works best for you. And I need to get some different images, which I'm going to throw into my image library I have right here. And I'm going to show you in a minute how to get different icons and images and things like that. But there's just some SVG files. So if you want to, it's not going to show you anything inside of here. You have to mess with these inside of some type of image editor. So there you are. I have favorite and delete. So what I want to do here is I want to use both of them. And it's very useful to use SVG files because they resize really well versus pings and things like that. Okay, so let's get back to what I was doing. So what I'm going to have here is a couple different things we can swipe. I'm going to have, and how you define the individual items that you swipe with is you guys swipe item. And I'm going to say text like this, and I'm going to mark this as favorite. And then you can also go and define an icon that you want to also associate with it. And I'll show you also how to use other different images. So I'm going to say icon image source is going to be, and I'm going to use favorite for this one, favorite.svg. And there it is. And then we can also put like a background color. So we'll say background color, and we'll make this something like light green or something. That looks interesting. And whenever it is invoked, we are going to say that we want to go and have some handler called. So I'm going to come in here and like that. And let's have two. So we're going to have this and this. Paste this down inside of here. And then this one's going to be called delete, of course, because that's the other image we have there. Icon image source, and it's going to be delete. And that matches up with these, what I have in my images directory. And they have to be all lowercase. Let's have this be light pink, just to be different. And then for our handler here, we will call this and create this. And there it is. So swipe invoked 1 and 2. Not the greatest of names, but you get the idea, and you can name everything whatever works out best for you. So what are we going to do here? Well, I am going to call, this is a favorite one, right? That's why you should use good names. So here's invoked like that. and that is favorite. So for this one, we're going to do our, let's just have it be info label again and paste this here. And then we're going to say marked as favorite. Just real simple. So marked as favorite. And then for the other one, we will say marked as delete. So paste this here, marked as delete. There we are. Save that, and I think I did everything. Run it. Let's go over here, get our little app, and test it. Taking a little bit longer than normal. And there it is. Okay, so controls. And why is it not showing anything? Interesting. Okay, I have to figure this out. Whoops, I'm a goofball. I thought I had the image inside here. I didn't. So we have to associate these with an actual image. And I have to get another image. Where is that image? Here we are. And I'm going to get this cat picture. So let's go get that. And let's paste that over inside of here. So paste. Where's paste? There it is. Okay, we have cat. All right. So what we're going to do is have these two actions associated with an image of a cat. And in this situation, I am going to put this image in a grid. And I'm going to say that I want my height request to be 60 and my width request to be 300. And I'm going to do a background, so a background color, so that it doesn't show anything to the right of the cat. I could show you this way and then the other way so that you see why I'm doing that. And then inside of the grid, I'll throw an image. Image and source. Whoops. Source. There we are. And I'm going to use my ping file for this. And also I will do my horizontal options, and we'll do this start so that it goes on the left side of the screen. And I don't think I need to do anything else. So yeah, I think that's good enough for this image. There we are. And now you'll see how these are associated. And then I'll change the color for this also, so that you can also see how changing the color changes the way the control looks. And here it is, and it will update in a second. All right, and controls, and there's the cat. Okay, and now you can see favorite and delete. And you can see marked as favorite shows up there and marked as delete shows up there. But I said what's going to happen is if I don't have this white, there's going to be a bar next to this. So let me just show you. And I never think that looks good, but whatever, maybe somebody else does. So let's make that gray, save it, and run it just so you can see exactly how ugly this looks. I mean, I don't know, I guess there's probably some for instance on which you would want it to be different. Boom, and see, there's a bar there, okay? That's the reason why I got rid of it, because I don't like that. I never like that, but maybe you do, and that's perfectly fine. Okay, so what are we going to do next? How about sliders? So outside of this grid, I am going to come in. Well, I don't want it to be in the swipe view either, obviously. So let's get that out of there. So outside of our swipe view, basically a slider is just going to allow you to easily slide between, by default, double values, but I'm actually going to set it up so that it works with ints. And it just allows you to change values in an interesting way. So to create one, you go to slider, and I'm going to call this slider. How about that? That's a good name. So slider. And then you have to define a minimum value, which is going to be 0 in this situation, and a maximum value, which I'm going to make 50. And let's do minimum track color. There that is. Make it look a little nice. So this will be cyan. And max track color. Have this be blue. These are going to blend into each other, so they'll look nice. Let's change the thumb color, and let's make it purple. And whenever the value is changed, I am going to call an event handler. That's a good name, and let's close that off. But I am also going to throw a label here, and it is going to have a name, and the name is going to be slider label. How about that? So, whoops, lowercase, slider label, and then close that off. Now I'm going to create, should I do any more? Nah, I think that's fine. So let's go and do that. And then we have slider value changed. What are we going to do whenever the slider's value actually comes in here and changes? Well, how about we just create a fake situation in which, should I change my slider? Yeah, I'm going to change my slider label text instead. So we'll do slider label and text is equal to, and let's use a raw string. And let's say this is something like something that allows the user to define how many people are attending some event. So I said that by default, it's going to use great big giant double values. Normally, you are not going to want to use it in its unedited form. So I am going to convert it into integers instead. So there's that, and let's run it. And that's how we convert from that double into an integer clearly. And we'll get this over here and controls. And here's our slider. You're going to see number of people attending, and it's up to 50. And it's also integers. Okay? All right. And let's just keep going here until we covered every single control for the most part. Some controls don't make sense to cover unless you are covering other things at exactly the same time. So I covered sliders. Might as well cover steppers next. So stepper, and steppers basically allow us to select specific values. So I'm going to say that I want the name for this to just be stepper, and value changed. Let's have that call stepper value changed. Stepper value changed, yes. And then we will have a maximum, and the maximum is going to be 50, and the minimum is going to be 0. And then you can also define the increment. By default, it is 1, but I'm going to put this in here just so that you can see how to change the increment, because you might want to change it to something else. And I'm going to come in here, and we'll throw another label name inside of here, and this is going to be called the stepper label. Stepper label. All right, good. Save that. And stepper value changed. What are we going to do when the stepper value is changed? Well, quite similar. We're going to just change the label that's associated with it. So paste this, and this is the stepper label though. Stepper label. And in this situation, people paying. How about that? So how many people are attending the party, and how many people are intending to pay to attend the party? So there's our stepper value, and let's run it, and we will see it work. There it is. Drop it, and there we are. Got it. And you can see here is a stepper. See? And in different situations, you may want different things, but you can also see that, well, you're not going to see it, but it goes up to 50. That is as big as it gets. Another thing. I already talked about using the search bar. Why don't we also go in here and cover being able to, well, you know what? I'm going to do two other things. Let's say, since we're dealing with sliders and steppers, another common thing is to be able to pick specific dates and things like that. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to say DatePicker, and how you use those is you'll have a minimum date, and I'm going to say, let's start off with the most important date in history, and there that is. And then I'm going to have our maximum date. There it is. And to get the date right now, you have to do like a little bit of a trick. So you're going to come in here, and you're going to say x.static and sys and date time, and now. So if you want the maximum date to be, otherwise you just would put in just like I did here. But in this circumstance, I want the maximum date to be today's date. And then I'm going to have the date be exactly the same. So let's just copy this, the date that shows up as a default. I'm going to throw that right there and then close that off. Now, one thing that you need to do if you want to use or go and get the correct date is at the top of the page, you're going to go XMLNS like this, and then colon, and sys is equal to, and this is going to be CLR dash name space colon system. And again, you're going to say assembly equal to mscorlib. And that will give you access to being able to pull today's date. You can pause that, or like I said, all the code's on GitHub. You can go and get all the code there. And since I did DatePicker, why don't I also do TimePicker? So TimePicker, I always thought it was a funny name. Let's have our default time be equal to, and we'll just have it be 12. How about that? There we are. And then we will close that off. One thing to know is there are a ton of different options that are available to you. Here's a couple of them. So whenever you're working with DatePicker and TimePicker, so let's get this like that. And here we are. So you can also change the text color, font attributes, font family, font size, and so forth and so on. So I'm just keeping it to the default, however. So let's run this. I think I saved it, didn't I? I might not have saved it. No, I don't think, did I do anything with the controls? I don't think I did. That's perfectly fine. So we go over here and controls, you get the point on how that works. And here it is. And if you just click on the date, it allows you to go and select a different date. And you can also go back like this and play around with all the different date information. Okay. And time is interesting. You go and select your hour, and then you select your minutes. Okay. And there we are. Okay. So there are all of those guys as well. All right, so now let's talk about entries. Basically, an entry is sort of like the search bar we saw before, except a little bit more defined. It basically just allows the user to enter and edit a single line of text. Very important. So let's come in and let's create one. So I'm going to go entry, and I'm going to give it a name. So the name is going to be, why don't we just call it entry? Seems good enough. And then we can define some placeholder text. And I'm going to say enter name. And then I am going to define that I want to use a clear button. It's like a little X. And I'm going to say that I want to use it while I am editing. And you can do all sorts of things. Is spell checked enabled? Let's have that set for true. Is text prediction enabled? Another thing we got. And we'll set that also to true. And then whenever it is completed or the user hits the enter key, what we're going to do is go and create a handler for that. So entry completed. All right, good stuff. Now there are tons of different things we can define here. So I'm going to go and just grab them and throw them inside of here. And there's some additional things you can play around with. So we are also going to have text changed. This is going to trigger an event whenever interaction occurs. So that means anytime they change anything, you can go and trigger some type of event. Again, completed triggers an event when enter is clicked. Max length, you can define your max length of characters. You can define character spacing, the cursor position, where you want it on the right or the left. Text transform, is it a password? That would go and put little dots down every time they enter it. You can also go and use custom keyboards depending upon what type of information you want. So there's one specific to email, numeric, telephone, URL, chat, and the chat one has emojis and such. Customize the enter button, and is it read only? Okay, so those are a rough overview of most of the things that you can do with that. So now let's go and play around with the event handler over here. So entry completed. And what are we going to do here? Well, I'm going to keep it rather simplistic. I'm going to go and get our info label, and I'm going to define the text because remember we said we wanted them to enter their name. So we'll just use raw text like this and hello. And then we will go and get the text that was entered into the entry. And if I hit my tab key, I think I hit my caps lock key. All right, got that saved. And we can go and run this and test it out. And here we go. And controls, and there, that worked. So that's good. Why are we not scrolling? There it goes. Just a blip, I guess. So it says enter name here. I'm not sure if you can see it. I'm going to put my name. Yes, I did hit my caps lock. I'm going to put my name inside of here and hit enter. And you're going to be able to see that it says hello, Derek, up inside of here. Okay. So really another useful thing that you're going to use in many applications that you create. Another thing we can do, I don't think we need to do a big example on it, but let's say that your user would like to enter multiple lines of text. It's going to have all the same types of parameters as you have with entry, so just know that. But if you want to have multiple lines of text, we're going to use editor. And I'm going to say auto size, there it is, and it's going to auto size as the text changes. And the other thing is, let's do a placeholder text, and I'll just say just some random whatever words, okay? And then, of course, we're going to close that off, and then we also have to close off the editor itself. So exactly the same as entry, except you would use it if you wanted multiple lines of text. Now I'm going to work with some more interesting things. We're going to talk about binding data, and we're going to be also messing around with a bunch of containers, such as list views and carousels and things like that. But to be able to do this, what we're going to need to do is go and organize our data. So what I have is a bunch of American football players, and they're going to be assigned a name and an image. So I need to go and create another, let's go add and new item, and .NET MAUI, and what we're going to do for this is, let's just do ContentPage, that's fine. And we are going to call this ListModel, and we'll say add. And this is going to be very useful for going and binding data together. So what we're going to do here is we're going to find what data is in each item inside of our list. And this is not going, this is going to be public class list model. I'm just going to get rid of the content page. Not going to need that information. Then we'll have public, and this is going to be, I'm not going to use any of this. So let's just get rid of all of it, okay? And what I'm going to do here is just define those things that each of our football players are going to have. So I'm going to have a name and go and get getters and setters for this data. And why don't we just do this and change this to image. And this is going to be a string because it is going to be a file name. And that's all we need to do for that, okay? So we got our getters and setters for our name and also our image. Now what we need to do is go and create our view model. And what it's going to do is it's going to use this list model we created here, and it is going to create a collection of all of this data. So let's come in here and we'll say new item, and we'll go and create what? Content page, that's fine. And we'll just call this player view model. And all of the images I have and so forth are going to also be on GitHub. Hopefully it's legal for me to give them away. Okay. And so over inside of this, what we're going to do is we are going to, well, I'm going to need an object model here. So let's go right here and say using and system collections and object model is what we want. And there it is. Okay. There we go. All right. So we need this. And then this is not a content page. So let's get rid of that. And what are we going to do here? Public class. Let's just get rid of all this. We definitely don't need any of that either. So there it goes. All right. So now I got to build everything we have here. So I have a bunch of images that I'm going to grab. And these are just going to be football players. So I'm going to go, I have them on a separate screen here. This and this, and I'm going to drag them over and throw them in my images directory. So there is all of their names. And remember, these images have to be lowercase. So there we go. We have all our images inside of here. And now what I'm going to do is I need to bind my players, which is what the name of this observable collection is going to be, to a list view, which is going to be in the XAML code. And it's a little bit more complicated, but I don't think that bad. And it's more impressive by a long shot. So we'll go observable collection. There it is. And we have to define what is going to be in it. Well, we're going to be using our ListModel format, which is this. So it's going to have a name and an image. Okay. And we're going to do this for every single one of our players. And I am going to call this my players because I think that makes more sense. So we'll say my players. And this is going to be equal to new observable collection. But we are not going to have this be set up like this. We're going to have, let's get this right here and let's define everything. So boom. Like that. Okay, so what we need to do now is we need to create a new list model for each and every one of these. And I also need to close off, we're going to do that. So let's just put that there, and then let's close that off. Okay, so I just need to go new list model and define all of my different players. So like this, and then I'm going to say name is going to be equal to, and the very first one I'm going to have is Cameron Hayward. And there we have that. And then also we are going to have image, and that is going to be equal to Cameron Hayward over here. So let's just get this and copy this and paste it inside of there and put our ping file at the end of it. Okay. And we're going to have a bunch of these. So here we are, and we'll copy this, paste that. Okay, so the next one is going to be George Pickens, and I'm going to, image is going to be the same thing. So George Pickens, and copy that, paste that right there, and there we are. Okay. And then we'll create a new one. And how many of these do I have? Well, let's just take our time here because I don't want to make any mistakes. Okay. So Kenny Pickett and whoops. Oh, there he is. Okay, there's Kenny Pickett. Okay. And let's close this. Okay. That if you ever get properties up there, just close it and you'll see what you expect to see. Okay, so let's get this, and this time I copied the whole thing. So let's paste that in there, and let's go and create another one after that. And this one, there's just going to be 3 more. So I just wanted to have enough on here so that it looked kind of interesting. So Minka Fitzpatrick, and let's go and get his name out of here, copy. And paste this here, and go and 2 more. All right, so we can just do 2 more. Okay, so I got that, and we'll do Najee Harris. Wouldn't it be funny if, not funny for me, but if that one split second that I had the player's image on there, the NFL came and shut down my video. Yeah, that'd be interesting. Okay, so there's Najee Harris, and also we'll do TJ Watt, and there that is. Okay, copy. Okay, so we have our names, and we have images tied next to them. What else do we need to do? Well, after this part, we need, basically, we're going to set it up so that a player can be deleted from a list view. How you would do that is just go public, and I'm going to call this command, and referencing our ListModel right here. And let's go like this. And we'll do delete player is what we'll have this be. So delete player. And we'll do getters, and we'll make private for our setters. And then after we do that, we need to come in here and set it up so that we can remove a player from this collection that we created up inside of here. Now we do that is we say public and player view model, and that's fine. And then down inside of here, what we'll do is we'll say delete player is equal to new command and list model. And after we do that, we will say model, and then the actual call to remove the player from this collection. And we will do that. Does it get that? We have a little bit too many curly brackets here, don't we? Yeah, let's get rid of this. And then inside of here, I'll just say my players and remove the model that was presented with or presented to us. And yeah, I have this and the model, and I need to throw in a semicolon. All right, and I believe everything there is good. Okay, now that I have that set up and I have all of the players set up, what I can do now is go over into our XAML code and create this. So let's just do it right outside of our editor. And basically a list view is just a scrollable vertical list of data blocks, which are going to be made up of those player names and the images. And whenever I click on them, I am going to go and set it up so that like a alert comes on the screen or something. So what we do here to create a list view is we say list view X, and the name for this is going to be Steelers. Those were all Steelers players, and I'm from Pittsburgh, so I'm happy with my team now, and I watch it. It's one of the things that I do for fun. Okay, so now we have to set up a binding with the my players that we have already set up. Okay, so my players right here, we are going to bind to this list. So let's come back here, and how you do that is you say binding and my players, like that. All right, and then I'm going to just define some random things. So let's see what the row height looks like. Let's have it be 100, and item selected. Whenever one of the list view items is selected, I am going to come in and do like a little, some more information about the player. Okay, so we got the list view defined, but now what we need to do inside of the list view, and let's move this up here so you can see it all on one screen. What I want to do is I need to say list view again, and you're going to say item template like this, and inside of this you then say whoops, data template. So data template, and inside of that, we then define our information that's inside of here. So we'll say data template, and we are going to say we want image cell, and the text that's going to be assigned to this is going to be, this is another controller. We're going to have the text be, use the binding, and specifically say we want the name part of it. And then we're also going to use image source, and again, that is going to be the image that we bound to it. So binding image, okay? Just so it totally makes sense. Here is what we're binding to. There's the name, there's the image, and this is how we have all those things set up. All right, so we have both of those, and we can close that right there. Now what we can do is we are also inside of our image cell that we have here. We want to define that we want the option to delete the player from the list view. That's why we wrote all that code before. And how you can do this is you can say image cell dot and context. Why is this not opening up? Oh, there it is. I don't know why it's not auto-completing. Context actions. And here we go. And we'll do menu item. There it is. And text. And then if you swipe on this, it's going to give you the option to delete. So delete, and we'll say is destructive, and we'll mark this as true. And then we have to bind everything to the delete player part. So we have to, oops, click the wrong one. We need to bind to the option for deleting the player that we have right here. So how you do that is you say command and binding, and it's a little bit more complicated because it's buried inside of there. So we'll say binding context and then delete player, and there we are. And then we have to say source, and source is equal to, and we need to reference the Steelers part. So reference Steelers. And then after this, we're going to go and have our command parameter defined. So parameter with that same binding that we had before. So we'll say binding, and there we are. And then I can close that off. I think I have all this right. Do I not? So let's go and look. I don't see any errors. Looks good. And then this closes off, and the image cell closes off. Make sure you have all of these in the correct order, and the list view closes off as well. And do I need to? Yes, I want to have it set up so that if one of the Steelers is selected, that we're going to do something over inside of our code. So I have all that set up. Steelers item selected. So what we're going to do over here? Well, I'm going to go and create a string called player, and also I am going to create another one that is going to be player data. So, and it's going to pop up and show the player's name, and then also a little bit of information about each of those players. So what I need to do here is I need to go and do a switch statement, and then I have to find out which item was selected inside of our list view. So we'll say selected item, good and good. Now I am going to go and just look at the player's name and then provide different information that is going to be displayed in an alert after they click on it. So just come here and we'll say case list model and m when m dot name and we'll say starts with, and I'll say Cameron. Well, in that situation, I'm going to say that I want the player to have the name of Cameron Hayward. So Cameron Hayward. And there that is. And whoops, didn't have the quotes over here. So let's do that. Let's get rid of that. And let's get rid of this extra quote. Okay. And I think you understand that. And then I'm going to just go and throw in the rest of this here. So this is just some data about this individual player. There that is. And then, of course, you have to end this with a break statement. And I'm not going to force you to watch me type in all this information about these players. I'm just going to pause and put it in here myself. Okay, there you go. So here is all the player data that we have inside of, that is going to be an option for displaying inside of an alert. And then what we simply do is just come down here and say display alert. And inside here, let's go and get the player name. So I'm going to say that I want boink and player that we just assigned to it, and close off that. And then underneath of it, I'm going to put some player information as well, which is going to be that player data. So player data, there it is. And then okay, just like always. So okay, and close that off. And if I did everything right, I'll save all, and we'll run it, and we'll see if it works, which it should. And then I'm going to show you how to work with carousels and maybe a couple other different things. Okay, it's loading, and it's loading some images, so it takes a little bit longer. Whoops, got a couple errors here. I just put 2 dots in there instead, and bottom of property, and I think that got rid of all of them. Oh, it's also complaining about the fact that count is here and it's never used. So got rid of that. And then what else does it say? No property, bindable property, or event for dot item template. So control demo. And where is this error at? Well, it looks like I got rid of the errors. Okay, so here is our code, and then we can see our list view. And whoops, accidentally hit the date, I guess, or something. It is not showing it. Interesting. Let's close that. What are you doing? No. Cancel that. For some reason, it is not showing the list view. Let me figure out what is going on with this. Well, here's something. Delete player. I spelled delete wrong. Okay, and we'll save that. Oh, I forgot to put the binding context. Okay, you have to say binding context like this. Very important. And this is equal to new, and then we'll use our player view model. And I bet you that fixes everything. Let's run it again. And yes, indeed it does. And here it is, and it's a little bit tiny for some reason. Okay, let's open this up so it's a little bit bigger. And now you can see that we can scroll through the different players, and if we click on them, it gives you a little alert that tells you some information about each player. Okay? Pretty cool stuff. So now what I want to do is show you how to do this with a carousel view, which is really neat. And we don't need to really change anything because we have all the bindings set up and all the data linked. So pretty, awesome. Okay. So what we're going to do is after our list view, and a lot of this is going to be quite similar. I'm going to do a carousel view. Carousel view, and I'm going to say items source is going, and we need to bind again. So binding with my players, exactly like we did previously, and close that off. And then inside of here, we're going to do, it's very, very similar. So we'll do carousel view again and item template. So item template, and then we'll do data template just like we did before. So you can see these are very similar. So data template, and then I'm going to do a stack layout. So we'll do stack layout, and inside of it, I'm going to define a frame. And this is going to be for each one of the players. So we'll say, let's do like a corner radius, and let's make it 5. And maybe we throw a margin. I don't know if this is going to look good or not. I'm just going to sort of throw it together here. Okay. And then we can do a height request and make this 250. And the horizontal options, let's make them center. And the vertical options, let's maybe do center expand. And let's do, you can also just go and see if you want a shadow on it. And of course I want a shadow on it. And close that off. All right. And then after that, we're going to do another stack layout inside of this. And what do we want to do here? Actually, let's not. I was going to add something else, but why? I don't want to do that. Okay, so we have the frame closed, the stack closed, the data template, and item template, and the carousel view all closed. And you could also set this up so that if they click on it, something happens. But I think you figured that out. So let's run it and just see what the carousel view looks like. Very similar to the ListView, except obviously it's a carousel. Okay, so let's bring it over here and let's see how it looks. So controls, unless I made an error. Oh, I made some type of error. Oh, let's go and drag this over here and let's fix that. Oh, I know what I did. Yes, I was getting ahead of myself. So yes, I am going to have to go after this. When I create the frame, I have to throw the images and stuff inside of there. Sorry about that. So label and text, and that's going to be the name. So let's just go binding name, and then we can do all kinds of stuff. Well, I do some stuff with fonts, just so you can see. Actually, let's do something really cool. Let's use a font that is not on your screen. So I want to go and I want to get a font. Let's say I want to use Google Fonts. All right, so here we are. I'm just going Google Fonts, and these are all free fonts you can use for anything. And they're kind of partial to this font. Okay, so this is Anton, and there it is. Google a little slow today. And let's say that let's just do Steelers, just to look at it. All right, that's more of football type of thing. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to click and I'm going to download this font. And then after I do that, I'm going to go and get the TTF file. And I'm going to drag it over here and I'm going to throw it in my fonts directory. And you can see it is right there. Okay, so now I can use this font, this special font, directly inside of here. So what I'm going to do is say font family and Anton regular. It's exactly this. So you can just copy it, just so you don't make any type of error, spelling error or whatever. Okay, so let's just paste this inside of there. So there you go. That's how you can go and get free fonts and use them. And we can also do some font attributes. Maybe we want this to be bold so it really stands out. And font size, let's set that to large. And let's also center it. So horizontal and options, and we'll set that for center. Okay, I think, let's do vertical too. So let's do vertical options, and let's also make that center. Okay, I think that's enough playing around. Okay, so that's going to get to the player's name, and then we want to go and get the player's associated image. So just do an image, and source is going to be the location that is assigned using our binding. So we'll say image like that, and we can do all kinds of things. Let's try doing fill, and I think I got most of the stuff there. Let's do a height request and have it be 150, and a width request and have it be also 150. These are squares, obviously. And horizontal options, and let's set that for center. All right, so we got all of that. And why is that underlined? Let's just save this. Oh, I know. I need to throw another stack layout inside of here. So let's go throw that there, and also a closing one. So that'll surround all of this. So let's go and grab this also, and we'll throw that right there. Okay. And there we are. Now I think everything is all set up and it should work. So let's run this and see how it goes. And it works. So let's just bring it over here. And now you can see we can scroll through all of the different players. So just another added feature, not the prettiest thing on earth, but you get the idea, and I will rely on you to make it prettier. And another thing, since I talked about fonts, another thing that's going to be very common that you're going to need to do is you're going to have or it's going to be useful to have the option to get free icons that you're going to be able to use in your app. And there's a couple different icon sites. I am going to use Fontello for this. Okay, so just fontello.com, and then you can come in here and just grab all the different things that you might need. So why don't I do a search, and let's do like save. This looks fine, so I'm going to select that. Maybe we do open, and this looks fine. And close. See if there's anything for close, cancel, whatever. You can go and get as many of these different things as you want. Then you can download them. And what's useful here is, let's go and enlarge this. You're going to refer to these fonts using this code right here. So let's say that I want to use the save code. It's going to be E800, and you have to download the fonts. Here, I'll just download them. Okay. All right. Now I got my fonts, and I need to go and find them in my file folder. After you get those, you're going to want to drag. It's called Fontello, unless you change the name, which I wouldn't do. And you're going to want to put that in your fonts directory. See, it says Fontello right now. Now, after you do that, what you need to do is go and register it in your MAUI program file. So MAUI program.cs, and you're going to register it exactly like these other fonts that are here are registered. So we're just going to go and copy this, and you can have a whole bunch of icons all in that one guy you have there. Okay, so we'll get Fontel. Whoops, let's go. Whatever. Didn't mean to do that. So let's close that. Just click on it lightly. Click on it again. There we are. Copy. And then you have to define what you want to call it. And I normally call it icons. And then I have all my icons for my whole app all in one place. So we'll save that. Now, if you want to be able to go in and display them, just go into your XAML file. Where do I want to put this? Outside of the carousel view, obviously. So, and then I'm just going to do something simple. I'm going to do a StackLayout and like this. And then inside of it, I'm just going to throw a label and use it. So I'll say label, and you have to define your font family, which is going to be, you gave it the name of icons, or the alias of icons. And then you just define which one you want to use. And you have to go and with a hash and an X, and then you put in E800. Remember, I showed you just a minute ago how it had a code E800, and then you have to put a semicolon there, and we'll do font size equal to large, like that. And it will, if you run this, it will display that specific icon, which is the save icon, I believe. And there you go. And you can see it. Not very fancy, but there is our save icon. And that's how you can use them anywhere. All right, so whole bunch of things on controls. Now I think I'm going to spend a little bit more time explaining bindings. So we're going to create a new project here again. And I'm going to show you all the different ways you can work with them, because the last example might have been a little confusing. So let's go on from here. Now, basically, just to recover it, a binding connects a data source to a control so they can communicate. And any .NET object can be a data source. And it's important to understand that this object will be bound to a control. You can also actually bound controls to controls as well, which you'll see. And basically, the source will have a property that is going to be bound to a specific control. So why don't I just go in and actually create something here? So I'm going to go over, and it's very common for us to have our data sources over inside of a directory called models. So let's do that. So let's say new folder, and we'll call this models, like that. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to stick with my previous example where I had players in a sports team. And I'm going to say that inside of models, I want to add a new class. And this is going to model my player information. So I'm going to call this player CS, and we'll say add. Now inside of here, what are we going to put? Well, first off, I'm going to make this public. So public class, and we'll keep it very simple. We're not going to do images and stuff. We'll just keep this very, very simple. So I'm going to say that I want to have a string, and it is going to be called name. And I'm going to have another piece of data inside of here, and it is going to be called info. So this is going to be specific information for each player. That's all we need to do. So we have that set up. Now what we want to do is, let's go into the XAML file here first, and let's get rid of some of this extra information. Let's get rid of these labels, and maybe leave one label. Which one do I want to keep? Let's get rid of this, and we'll get rid of the image that we have here, because I want to go and output some information to some labels. And here we'll just have this be a blank space for right now, and we are going to just, do we care really about putting this information in here? Not really. Let's simplify this. Okay, so let's just get rid of all of that information. So we have a label and we have a button, and we're just going to use the counter button event handler that we have previously worked with. So let's jump over into our main directory that we have right here. And what I want to do here is I want to come in and have a player be created and information to be populated inside of the label that we have whenever they click on the button. So we're going to get rid of all of this information. Maybe we come over here in this XAML file, and we can just leave it be, well, let's just have it be click me. Let's just keep this extremely simple. Okay, so whenever this is clicked, what do we want to do? Well, we want to create an instance of a player. So it has name and information. So we're going to come in here, and how we can do that, and I'll call this player Cameron because that's his name. And I'm going to say new player. And then after that, I just populate it with the information that we need for this data source. So this is going to be Cameron Hayward, and I am going to, well, Hayward, and I am going to get some information on him. So info, and we will say, copy this off this website, and we'll paste this inside of here. Okay, so we have that there, and don't forget to put the semicolon here. Okay, so we created this instance. Now what we want to do is we want to create a binding between this data source and ultimately some control inside of our app. How we do that? Well, there's many ways, but I'm going to show you a couple different ways. So I'm just going to call this player binding is equal to new binding. All right. Now, after we create the binding, we have to define the data source that we can have. And remember, it can be any object. So I'm going to go player binding like this, and the source is going to be Cameron. Look at that. It automatically populated it. After this, I need to define the name of the property that I want to bind with our control. So player binding and path. And the specific data from that from that data source we are interested in is the name. Okay, and maybe I should put these in here. Let's put some information. So I'll say this creates the binding, and this defines the data source, and this path defines the name of the property that is shared between the source and control. Okay? Then after we do this, what we need to specifically do is we need to bind, and what we're doing is binding this piece of data to a label. And what we need to do is to bind it to a label, we need to define a parameter that is going to be specific to the label that we will be binding it. Okay? So player data, because each control has all sorts of different properties, which you're going to see here in just a second. So I'm going to say set binding, and we're working with labels. So how many options are there? A lot. There's anchor X property, automation property, background property, blah, blah, blah. Look, there's so many. Okay? So we're saying that this specific name, we want it to go in this specific part of the label. But what we're really interested in is just putting it in text. So we'll just say text, and this is specifically the text property that we're going to be working with. And then we put our player binding inside of there, just like that. And once we have that all set up inside of the event handler we have right here, we could save that. And then we can come over, and this is going to, let's just get rid of this. Let's get rid of the whole thing. All right, so that button doesn't cause any confusion. Actually, let's make this even more simplistic, just to cover everything. So we're going to give this label a name, and it contains label name. Okay, so let's call it that. And then we'll use label name over inside of here also. And we'll get into the more complex things here in a second. All right, so we have that set. And then whenever we run this, we're going to get our little app. And whenever we click the button, the name will be displayed right here. And it is, okay? So that's probably the most simplistic way of working with bindings. We can also come in and actually create bindings directly inside of XAML code. But what we need to do here is define that we're using our models here. So I'm going to say XMLNS:(X) and specifically models. Whoops, models. We have to put a colon right here. Like, oh no, it's just going to be XMLS. I don't need the X there. We'll say models is equal to, and it's clear dot name space, and then we define. We're going to use MAUI app5, which is what we're working with, app5, and then specifically our models directory. Now what we can do is we can go and define a data source directly inside of here. So we'll create a player just like we did before. We'll say ContentPage dot resources, and there's resources, and close that off. And then inside of it, we'll say models and player X, and we will refer to this as player. So the key for this, so we can refer to it later. And then we define the same things we defined in that class. So we'll define a name, and maybe I say Najee Harris, like this. And then we can also come in and define some information about this player. So let me grab some stuff off the website and copy and paste. There we go. And go and close that off. Good. Now that we have that defined in the XAML code, what we can do, let's come down and just create another label inside of here. Maybe I'll put a little comment on here. So example 1, and then we will put, we'll put this right here, and this will be example 2. And for this one, let's just go and copy this label because a lot of it's going to be the same. But we are going to have the name in this situation be player data. And then for the text, we're going to pull the name directly out of this source that we have up inside of here. How we do that is we say binding. And what are we binding to? Name. And then we have to, binding name, like that. And then we have to define the source for the name, which is going to be equal to static resource, like this, and player. And where does player come from? Player comes from right here. We defined it right here, see, with the key player. Okay. So we have that all set, and then that'll automatically, whenever we run our application, we'll put Najee Harris inside of our app. And you can see, sort of flipping out there a bit, and there his name is right there. So that's how to bind directly inside of XAML code. Yet another thing we can do is we can get away from individual bindings by using what's called a binding context. So we're still going to have our player inside of here, but I'm going to comment all of this out, and I'm just simply going to say binding context, where is it? There it is equal to Cameron, like this. And after we have that set up, we can go over into our XAML code and just directly link to it inside of here. And what do we want to call this? Let's call this example 3. Whoops, what did I do? Example 3. And we'll just call this binding context. All right. And what's cool about this is here, we're going to go and create a label again. We don't need to have a name on it, however. So let's just go copy this like this, paste this down here, get rid of the name altogether. And then inside of here, we'll grab both pieces of information that we bound to. So we'll go binding and name, and we'll leave all this be. Well, maybe we'll put this at the start like that. And then let's do another one for our player information. So paste that there, and this is going to be the info that we assigned inside of there, and that's all fine. And we can go and run this, and this time whenever we click on Click Me, it's going to put all of his information there. All right, pretty neat stuff. And on top of that, we can also come in and create bindings between controls. So let's go down here and example, this is 4, I'm binding between controls. And what that means is whenever one of them changes, it's going to change the other one. So let's go and create a label inside of here. So I'll say label, and let's go and give, well, I don't need to do really anything except just define what goes inside of it. So I'm going to say the text is going to be equal to, and this is going to be actually tied to a slider. So let's create the slider first because I think that makes more sense. So we're going to, when the values in the slider change, they are automatically going to change the values that are in the label. And let's just call it slider just to keep it simple. And we'll say it has a minimum value of 0 and a maximum value of 50. And what it'll do is just go and you define inside the label here the actual double value of whatever the slider is. So we have this inside of here, and how we bind to it is, again, we just come in and we say binding, and we define the source. And the source is going to be equal to X reference and this guy right here, slider. Just plug slider inside of there. And then what's important is, like we defined path before, we have to define what value specifically are we taking from the slider. Well, the name of the value assigned to the slider is actually value. So that is what we will be pulling from it. And here, we can say font size is equal to, what would we use before? I think 18. And maybe we want to center it this time. So we'll say horizontal options and center. So there you go. And if we run this, you'll be able to see that we're able to bind all of those as well. So let's just bring this over here. And we will enlarge it a little bit. And this value right here is our label value. And you can see as we move the slider, automatically everything inside of there updates. Okay, so a bunch more examples on how to use binding, because I thought that was important to completely understand. All right, so now what I'm going to do is start a new project, and what we're going to focus on this time is the MVVM pattern. And what it's going to do for us is allow us to split up our user interface and our data. And let's give you some information on exactly what this is. So we have the MVVM pattern, and here we go. Oops, didn't copy it. Where'd it go? Okay, so there you go. Basically, the MVVM stands for model for the first part, and this just represents the information about your real-world object, your data. Then you have a view. That is the user interface and all of its components. And normally you're going to be tying this data to individual controls. And then you're going to have your view model, and it's going to lie between the model and the view and connect them. All right, and we're going to see numerous different examples of them. But basically, the view is just going to connect to the view model using bindings. We've covered bindings and different commands. And the view model is going to update the view based off of interactions with the model. And the model and the view never communicate directly. So what we're going to do, what's common here, I'll just leave that there, why not, is to come over and actually create a folder for the individual parts of this pattern. So I'm going to come over here and I'm just going to create a bunch of folders. So I'm going to say new folder, and I will create one called models, and let's create another one and add and new folder, and this one we will call view models. And then let's add, actually, you know what? Let's put these all in their own separate directory. So we're going to say add, and I'm going to say new folder, MVVM, like this, and then structure them this way. This will work better. So let's throw those in there. Yes, do that. And then view models. Okay. Oops, did I grab it? Let's see. There it is. All right, good. Now it's good. And then let's add another folder here. And then, of course, this is just going to be views like that. Okay. So now that we have all of that structured, what I'm going to do is I'm going to go into models, and I'm going to structure a customer class. So I'm going to say that I want to add class, and its name is just simply going to be customer, like this. And there it is. All right, so what are we going to have to do in our customer class? We are going to come in here first and change this to public, and that's fine. And then we're going to define all of those things that will represent a customer. And I'm just going to go and have that autocomplete, and I'm just going to say change some things. So what do we want to know about our customers? Well, I think we'd like to know our customer's name. That's kind of useful. What else would we like to know about our customer? Maybe not address, but maybe something more specific, like our customer's street and city. Way to go, Visual Studio. And the postal code, I want that. Let's change this to zip code, however. And then let's see what else. It just wants me to do postal code. It's like you have to do that. Now I want to do state. Let's do this, and then let's change this to state. And I'm going to put other data types in here just so you can see examples. So for example, I'm going to have the zip code be an integer, and then I'm also going to say that I want the phone number for my user, and then let's also go and maybe do something like birth date, so we can mess around with date times. And let's change this from postal code that it has an obsession about to birthday. There's birthday. And I'd also like to do something with time spans. So why don't I come in here and do something like, I could have did hire date, but let's do time span, and let's do something like when's the best time to contact this client that we have, or this customer we have. Something else I'd like to track is a balance that they may hold. So this would be money that they owe to us. And there's a double, and then let's think of a bool we can use just so we can work with booleans also. Let's say I just say active customer. Okay, are they an active customer? Have they purchased from us recently? True or false? There you go. And then we have all of that structured for our customer. Now what I want to do is create a view for it by creating a MAUI content page. So I'm going to go over to views and add, and why is this not working? Yes, that works. Okay, so we'll come over here and say new item, .NET MAUI, and I want this to be a content page. So let's go like this, and let's go and grab this like that, and we're going to call this customer view. Common to do, stick with that. Okay, customer view, and there is our customer view. All right, so what would we like to do? I'd also like to do a customer view model, so I might as well just do that also. So I'm going to come in here and say add and new item, and this is going to be customer view model. So let's select this. I have that selected. Customer view model. That works. And we'll say add for that as well. Okay, so I'm going to start with the customer view model here, I think, first. So specifically what I'm looking for, customer view model, I'm like this part right here. And inside of here, this is customer view model, perfectly fine. And then I'm not going to call initialize model in this circumstance. Let's get rid of that. Instead, what I'm going to do is I want to create a public customer so it can be accessed through a binding. So I'm going to say public and customer like this and this, and we'll say get and set to create our getters and setters. Why will it not do that? Well, it changes to public key. Whoops. Whoops. And this is uppercase. Okay, public customer, and this is, let's get rid of this, and this is going to be the getters and the setters. Okay, there we go. All right, so now we have that created. Now inside of here, this is saying that there's an error. We need to import our model, so we can just go show potential fixes, and you can see right here that I'm specifically grabbing this from the models folder that's in the MVVM directory. All right, so now that I have that set up, I'm also going to come in, give us a little bit more space here, and I'm going to say that I want public customer view model like this, and I'm not going to put anything inside of there. And I'll just do this. Okay, so now that we have that set up, I can create a customer instance and then import the name, based off of this namespace we have up here. And another thing, I don't need this content page, so let's just get rid of that. Okay. So we have this, and I'm going to say that I'm going to go public customer view model, and then I'll create a customer. So I'll say customer is equal to new customer, and then I'm going to define all of the data that I want assigned to it. So let's throw this like that. There we are. And there we go. Okay. So customer view model, and I'll also change this to public class. Get rid of that. And anything else here that I need to do, that's fine. Oops, it messed up a couple other little silly things here. Let's get rid of this, and let's throw in our brackets here for this. So customer view models, whoops, and there we go. There we are. Okay, so now we have that set up, and then I can import this up inside of here. So let's go and grab this the whole way down through here. Looks like I have a couple more semicolons than what I should. And let's just do a little bit of house cleaning here. Then I'm also going to want to go into the view models and say add and class, and this is going to be called customer view model. So customer view model, and add that inside of there. And inside here we have view models, all perfectly fine. This needs to be changed to public, however. So let's change this to public. And then inside of this, I'm going to create a public customer so it can be accessed through a binding. And we've already talked about bindings a lot. So I'm going to go public customer, and create our getters and setters for that. And then I am going to go public. And inside of this function, what we're going to do is we're going to set it up so that we can actually create a customer instance. So customer and view model like this. And then inside of here, we'll create a customer. So, and then it'll be accessible outside of here. So we'll say new customer, and then new, not customer view model, new customer. There we are. And let's come down here. And then let's just come in and just list everything. And I'm going to have to go into the customer, show potential fixes, and then I want to use this model. So make sure you import that. Actually, you have to, otherwise you're going to have all kinds of problems. So we're going to say that I want to define a customer with a name, and I'm just going to call this person Sam Smith. Seems perfectly fine. And this is giving me an error because it should be customer, not customer view model. There we go. Okay, and what else would we like? We have a street for our customer, and we're just going to make this boring. 1, 2, 3 main street, and then we're going to have a city, and I'm just going to put this where I live, which is in Pittsburgh, and state, and let's make this PA, and we'll say zip code is equal to 15222, and we'll say that Sam's telephone number is 412-555-1212, and then we have to define a birth date. So to do that, birthday is going to be equal to new, and this is a date time, and we will put in the most important date in history, and then contact time. And this is the best time to actually contact him. Put up date time. This is actually a time span. So time span. And I'm just going to have this be 12 o'clock. And then also we have a balance for Sam. So balance is going to be equal to, let's say he owes us this much money. And then is he an active customer or not? We will say that yes, indeed, he is an active customer. And we're getting an error here because I have to put new inside of there. Okay, and that is everything. Don't forget the semicolon here at the end. All right, so we have that all set up now for our customer view model. Now what we want to do is go over into our customer view. So customer view, this guy right here. And we're just going to initialize this, but we're also going to set up the binding context to the view model. And we did this previously, so we're going to say binding context. If you are somehow skipping around in this tutorial and you don't understand what bindings are, well, I covered them earlier in this video. So there that is, customer view model. And come inside of here and show potential fixes, and then using MAUI view models. And that'll make that error go away as well. Another thing that I need to do is I need to set this up so that it is going to actually load the correct I want the customer view part of our app to show up. And if you forgot, that is over in well, it's not in there. Let's get rid of that. Nope, not there. It is over in the CS file for this. So there it is. And we're going to say our main page is now going to be customer view. And there that is. So let's save that. And what else do we need to do here? Well, we need to set up our customer view. This is giving me an error. Let's go show potential fixes. And we say that we want to get our views. Okay. So we have that set up. All right. So what is this part? Oh, all I did was change this. Let's just save that. And now what we need to do is go into our customer view and actually bind to all that data and display it. So we're going to go into customer view and the XAML file that we have right here. And what would I like to do? Well, I'd like to first off add some spacing to this. So I'm going to say that spacing is equal to 10 and that padding is equal to 30. And then for our very first label, I'm going to say that I want to get my customer's name. So I'm going to go in here and I'm going to say binding like this and customer dot name like that. And let's say that I want to define my font size. So we'll say font size is equal to, I don't know, 25 should be big enough to see for you. And we'll say that we want to start on the left side. And let's also have this be start. And there we are. And after we've made all these different changes, I'm going to go and test this just to make sure it works. So make sure you go Android emulators and or whatever you're using and get that set up. And let's run this. And if we go and look at our app, you can see Sam Smith shows up inside of there. We're going to be able to grab all these other different pieces of information. And then what we'll also do is go in and set this up with other more elaborate controls. But for now, I'm just going to get some of the basic data and display it. So we'll go in just so I can show you can pull different information. And let's say that we also want the street and we also want to get the city. And we also want to get the zip code, or no, the state comes next. City, state. And then we're going to get our zip code. So let's just throw that in there. And zip code. And our telephone number. And if these were set up as entries, we could go in and define specific keyboards that would open. What would I like to do here? Well, the next thing is when to call the customer. So for this, I'm going to create a horizontal stack layout. And I'd like to do spacing is equal to, say, 20. So we can have some space here. So we'll say 20 for that. And then inside of here, maybe we want to divide this up so it's a little bit easier for you to see. Then inside of here, what we're going to do is have a label once again. And this label is going to have just regular text. And the regular text is going to say when to call. Font size, all of that is fine. However, I'd like the vertical options to be center for this. So let's set that to center. And then after this, what I want to do is go and display the contact time. That means when to call the customer. So I'm going to go and use a TimePicker for this. And I'm going to say that the time for this is going to be binding to customer and contact time. And then after that, I'm going to say that I want the font size to be this and the vertical options to be center as well. Let's see what this looks like. Okay, so we got that set up. Close that off, and let's run it again. We changed a whole bunch of things, so let's go and see how things have changed over inside of our application. And there you can see is all of our new information. And if we click on the time, it's going to allow us to change that. And otherwise, no. But these are not clickable. These are just pure labels of information. Let's go and mess around with some other different things. I also said that I wanted to monitor whether they were a current customer or not. Let's use a horizontal stack layout again for this. So let's copy that. And then this one is going to be, I'm going to use a switch for this. So I don't know why I didn't put the bottom there. Okay. Copy, and we'll throw it inside of here. Okay, so for this one, I'm going to do another label. So let's just come up here and copy the label we have, and we'll throw it right there. And this one is going to just simply say active customer. And this is going to be set for all the same things. However, I said that I wanted to use a switch. So let's do so. And I'm going to say is toggled. And you can tie this to the true or false that we have saved for our customer also. So for this, you just do binding again and customer. And are they an active customer? And there it is. So that's that. And then I'd like to make it look a little bit nice. So for the switch, I'm going to say that I want the on color to be equal to orange. And then let's put a thumb color also. And let's set that for green. And vertical options, let's make that be center so that they are centered inside of our little box inside of there. And let's go and run that. And you can see that now we also have a switch inside of here that we'll be able to switch back and forth on whether they're an active customer or not. Okay, what else would I like to do? Well, I also would like to come in here and define their birth date and allow for any changes we might want with that. So I'm going to say I want another horizontal stack layout, and also let's keep the spacing the same. Let's go like this. Okay, so for our birth date, what I'm going to do, I'm going to do a label again. So let's grab this label and copy it and paste it inside of here. And here I'm just going to say birthday because that makes sense. So birthday. And then specifically, do I want to change anything else with this? Nope, don't think so. But I'm going to put in the ability to pop up the little tool for changing dates, and that is called a DatePicker. And I will be able to go and pull the date using our binding, which is tied to customer birthday. And what would I like to do? I'd like to just font size and vertical options is all that I'm going to want to change with this. And then let's close that off. And since we're near the end, rather than going and redoing any, or, running the app. Let's just go and do this and finish it off with our balance. And then, as long as this works, we will cover collections and such as we continue here. Now for our current balance, we're going to copy again this, paste this inside of here, and I'll just call this current balance. So current balance, and all of this is fine. And then after this, let's say that we want to put an entry inside of here. We can also populate entries. We can populate anything. So for this, again, binding to customer, and this is going to be customer's balance. And font size and vertical options is all I am going to change with this also. Copy all of this and paste that inside of there. And I believe that that is also all done, basically. And then we can bring this over, and you can see that we're able to come in here and mess around with the dates, and click on OK in that situation. And also inside of the entry field, we will be able to change that. Okay, so good amount of information. And in the next project, continue to add more to it. All right, so now what I want to do is, we were working with one customer. What's better than one customer? How about many customers? But we're going to need to go and create more view models and views for this to work. So I'm going to come over here to the view model section. I'm going to say add, and I'm going to say that I want to add a new class. And you don't need to select anything. This class, that's perfectly fine. And I'm going to call this customers view model, like that. And then hit add. And then I'm also going to create a customer view. So down inside of the view section, select that, add new item, .NET MAUI, and then make sure you select ContentPage XAML like this. And then we're going to come in and we are going to name this customers view. So customers view like that, and add that. Okay, so what are we going to put in these guys? Well, let's open up the view model is what customers view model. That's what I'm most interested in. And what I want to do here is I want to create a list of customers. So right inside of here, whoops, let's get rid of that. And let's come down inside of here. Okay, so I'm going to say public and list. And what are we making a list of? Customer. Okay, and whoops, customer. And it's not going to know what that is. So let's come up here, highlight this, and it's going to say show potential fixes. And then we'll say using our MVVM models. And now it'll go away. Okay, and let's call this customers. And we're going to have getters and setters for it. And then I'm going to say equal to new list of customers. Exactly like that. All right, so after we have this set up, what we want to do is create this list of customers. So I'm going to say public and customers view model, and then I'm going to go and populate all of these. So inside of here, just come down inside of here, and then oops, there's probably a space inside of there. Let's get rid of that. Okay, so let's come down here, and then inside of it, I'm just going to say customers dot add and new customer. And then I will just populate all of this. So this is fine. And then we'll come down after this and throw in a curly bracket. And then we will define each of our customers. And if you don't remember, customer, this is all the information that each customer has. So we want to populate all of those pieces of data. So I'm going to say something like name is equal to and Fred Flintstone. And then we can do street is equal to 222 Rocky Way, which is actually one of the residences of Fred Flintstone. And city is equal to, if you don't know, this is the Flintstones is a cartoon. It's an old cartoon that I watched when I was young. He lives in Bedrock. And this is kind of confusing because they lead you to believe that they live in Arizona, but the zip code that they use is actually in Louisiana. So I'm going to say they live in Louisiana. Zip code is going to be equal to, and 70777. I'm not going to type in all of this. I'm just going to do this once and then cover everything after that. And we have a phone number. Couldn't find a phone number for Fred Flintstone, so I'm just going to use a generic thing here. And if you're wondering what that is and you're from another country, that's basically a dead line that the telephone system uses, 555-1212. Okay, birth date is equal to, and for this, I am going to say equal to, and I'll say new date time, and I'm not going to use now. I am instead going to just say year 2000, and I know that Fred Flintstone was born on February the 2nd. And best time to contact Mr. Fred Flintstone. That is a time span, isn't it? Let's see here. Why is it listed as a date time? I have it listed as a time span. Yes, I do. Close that. Don't need more things open. So we will say new time span. Keep everything exactly as we had before. So time span. And then I'm just going to say 12 o'clock. And there we are. And then I'm going to say that Fred Flintstone doesn't owe us any money. So we're going to say the balance is 0. And then, is he an active customer? And remember, we were just using all these just so we could play around with different data types. And whoops, that's going to be true. I was thinking bool in my head and then type bool. Okay, so that's going to be marked as true. And there is all of our information we have on Fred Flintstone. I'm going to pause this and plug in some more customers. Okay, so I also plugged in Wilma Flintstone. Yes, this is another Flintstone address. Let's say she left Fred. Very sad story. We also have Barney Rubble and Betty Rubble. And all of that information is in there. And that's all that we need to do here. But now we need to set the binding in Customers View in the code. So it's not this one. So it's Customers View, and it's going to be this one over here. Okay, so we got Customers View. And wait a minute. This isn't... Yeah. This is that code. Over here, what I'm going to do is I'm going to say binding context and customers view is what we're going to use now. And also I'm going to come in here and change this to customers view as well. So let's go back inside of here. So this is all fine. And the binding context new, customers view model. And there's nothing in it right now. So we need to go and populate the customers view model as well. All right, so over inside here, I actually realized that when I covered all the collections, but I didn't cover the collection view because it's something that I don't use very often, but I still want to cover it and show you what it looks like. So I'm going to say here, collection view, and for this, we can do selection mode, multiple different options we have here, multiple, none, and single. Let's make it single, why not? And then I'm going to bind this to the collection of customers. So come down here and I'll say items source is equal to, and we will say that we want a binding with customers. And we just created customers just a minute ago. So we got all that. Whoops, I accidentally, oh, there it is, collection view. Okay. So now we have that all set up, and let's line this up so it looks nice and neat. And then inside of here, what we're going to do is we're going to say collection view, and this is going to be item template. So this is going to be all of the things that are going to be used per item inside of our collection view. And I'm going to say data template like this. And then inside of here, I'm going to throw a stack layout. So there's a stack layout, not doing anything design-wise with that. But I am going to do some, I'm going to throw a frame inside of here, and I am going to do some design stuff with the frame. So I'm going to say something like corner radius, and this is basically defining a box that's going to go around each of these items. And let's say I want this to be 5, and then I can do a margin. Let's also make that 5. I can do a height request to basically ask for the amount of space I want for my text that is inside of this box. I'm going to say that I want horizontal options to be start, which means on the left side, end is on the right side, center is in the center. We can do vertical options, and let's set that to center and expand. And then do I want my frame to have a shadow? Let's say that the answer to that is true. Okay, so we have that all set up, and then we just close this off like that. All right, so then inside of our frame, I'm then going to throw another stack layout like this. And I'm going to keep this very simple. I'm just going to grab the name of one of the customers, or all of the customers. So we'll say text is equal to, and then we just bind to what we want to bind to. So we'll say binding, and we want the name to be shown here after that. And that is all that we're going to do there. And I think I did everything else. Did I have this? Yes, I have that stuff for customers view. Have all that set. And also populate. Where is it? Yes, everything's been populated. And you can see it's pretty simple. So I'm going to run this. Whoops, just realized I made a mistake. I put this in the wrong place. So this is just still going to be customer view. This is the customer view XAML file. Put it in the wrong place. So I want this to be in the other part. So I'm going to do the binding context again. And copy. And jump over here. Nope, jump. Where do I want to jump? There we go. Jump right here. And change this to customers view model like that. And then it's going to give me an error, and I need to import this. So view models. There it is. And now that I have that set, it will run. So let's run it. And sure enough, you can see here is our collection of customer names. All right, good stuff. So now what I'd like to do is I'd like to come in here and actually show you how commands work, which allow us to really separate our view models and basically the code from the actual user interface. But to do so, I'm going to have to create a couple more view models actually and views. So inside of view models, I'm going to come in here and I'm going to go down and say that I want a new class. So there that is. And I'm going to call this command view model. So let's get this command view model like that. We'll say add. And then after we have that set up, I want to go into views and say add and new item and .NET MAUI and a content page. And then this guy is going to be called, let's just call it command view. So command and view XAML. Open that up. All right, good. So we have the customer stuff all done. So let's just close these so that we don't have too many things on the board, because I might go and write code in the wrong place, and that would be bad. Okay, so what do we have here? This is customer view model. Don't need that either. Okay, so after we have that all set up, what I want to do is I will have my command view model. That's open. Command view XAML code, and here is the code for that. First thing I'm going to do is come over here and change this to command view like this, and that's going to match up with those two. Let's save that. And then let's just jump through here and initialize everything as we go. So this is the command view, and this is the command view, and this is the command view model. Don't really need to do anything for, well, yeah, we'll have to do a couple things for this. What I want to do for this is I want to set up a command that is going to allow the user to click a button and then open an alert. And how you create these commands is you just say public I command, and I'm going to call this button click command. like that. And then I'm going to say new command. And then you basically define what you want to have happen whenever this command is issued. And I'll show you here in a second exactly how to issue it. And also I'm going to show you how we used to do it and why that's wrong. So current, and this is going to be main page. And what do I want to do in this circumstance? Well, I want to come down and I want to call DisplayAlert. And for this, we have our title. So I'm going to call this first command. And then I will have the message that pops up. It's going to say you clicked the button. And then for the last part, the button, it'll just say OK like that. And we'll close that off. Okay, so that is how we create our commands. And then I'll show you how to actually use them, which is much more useful. Okay, so let's just start right here. Now, previously, what we did was we would come in and we would do something like, okay, we want to create a button, and the text on the button is going to be something like click, and then we're going to say clicked like this, and then it's going to go and create some type of an event. Now, what we're doing by doing this is we're tying the UI directly to the application logic. But we do not want to do that. We want to instead connect to our view model. So what we're going to do is our text is still going to be click, but instead of clicked, what we're going to do is we're going to use our command. So we're going to say command is equal to, and I can say binding and button click command like this. This is exactly what we just created just a minute ago. Whoops, let's get that out of there. And then let's close that off. And that is how we are going to do using the MVVM pattern. This is how we're going to handle events from now on. And now for this all to work over in the command view, the actual code page, we just need to come in here and say binding context is equal to new, and this is command view model like that. And it's not going to know where that is, so just put your mouse over this, show potential fixes, and import our view models. I think I did everything. Let's run it and let's find out. All right, and here is our application, and whenever we click on this, it displays an alert exactly as we want it. Okay, so that's how commands work. All right, so using multiple items inside of collections as well as commands. And now what I want to do is show you how you can set it up so that your data is going to update both ways instead of just one way. Okay, so now I'm going to have it set up so that the interface can talk to the code and the code can talk back to the interface. And I'm going to do a very simplistic thing here, but keep it simple. So what I need to do is, this is going to be a basic calculator. So I need to go and create a view model. So I'm going to come in, view model, add, and class. And I am simply going to call this calc view model. All right, there that is. And I'm also going to, of course, have to create views. So let's come in here, add new item. And this should start to feel very familiar to you by now. So we're going to come in here, and I'm just going to call this calc view and add. All right, so we have all those set up. So we have calc view, and I need the code file, and I need a total of 4 different files. And we might as well just come in here and change this to calc view right now. And then we will be done with that file. Okay, now let's get into everything else we're going to do here. All right, so let's start off with our XAML file. And what I'm going to do here, we want to put a little bit of styling on it. So I'm just going to say margin is equal to 20 and spacing is equal to 20. Okay, don't need any labels here. These are just going to be entry boxes, and we're going to enter data in the interface, and then it's going to perform a calculation and then send information back to the interface. So what I want to do is create an entry and placeholder is going to be equal to, and let's just have this be number 1, and the text is going to be made up of a binding, of course. So we'll say binding, and let's just call it number 1. And I don't need to do anything else. So let's just do this, and let's copy this guy right here, and paste it in, and paste it in again. So then we're going to have number 2, and binding, of course, this is going to be changed to number 2. And then here, we're going to, I don't know, placeholder, I guess I can write answer or something inside of there, and this will be the answer as well. And then we're going to have a button, and that button is going to allow us to come in, and this is pure, like the MAUI way of doing it. There are all sorts of different other libraries and tools for doing this, but I want to do it in the purest way possible. And we're going to be using commands again. Remember, we're going to keep everything nicely divided. Horizontal options, I don't know, let's just make it center. And the text, we are going to be getting the sum of 2 values. So let's just write sum inside of that. And we'll come back to the command part here in a minute. Make sure you remind me so I don't forget. If I do mess up, it'll be your fault. Okay, so let's come in, and so we got that set up. And inside of here, we're going to do a binding. So we'll say, this is extremely important to do this, obviously. Binding context is equal to new, and whoops, oh wow, what is it? Map automation properties excluded with child. No, not that. I'm typing new, and then we're going to say calc view model, and there we go, and we go and import this, so boink, and there we are. All right, so we got that set, and I don't think we have to do anything with that, so let's close that file also. So we're going to be making some changes here, though. Okay, so over here is where we're going to be doing a lot of our main work. So to be able to communicate back and forth between these, well, let's go and make this public. So first off, public class. What we need to do is we need to inherit the interface of iNotify property changed. And it's going to give us an error saying that we need to implement a method, and we'll go, oops, let's go show potential fixes. There we go. Implement interface. There we go. All good stuff. Now what we need to do is we're going to have everything closed off, and we're going to be accessing with getters and setters. So I'm going to say that I have private int, and remember, what do we have? We had number 1, and we had another one. Let's just make these ints just to keep it simple. And number 2, and then we had another one called answer. Answer. There we go. And these are going to line up with these. Okay? All right. Apart from, are going to be private. Okay. So now what we need to do is we need to define our setters and getters, but we need to do it using full properties, because we are going to want to call a method that is going to update the interface every single time a value changes. These are going to be public, int, and then num1. Now you can see where the num1 comes from. Now inside of here, I'm going to say get, and we will just go and get our number value. All well and good. But for our setters, this is going to be a little bit more complex. Let's move this up here so you can see everything. And this is still going to be number 1 and value, all good. However, we are also going to call another method which we have not created yet. But we need to do this for all 3 of these different values. So let's come in here, paste that there, change this to number 2, and change this to number 2, and this to number 2. And then we will throw in our answer also. So here is answer, and this is going to be answer also, and then answer also. All right. But we have to go and create a special method that is going to automatically come in here and update that, and then tie it to the command that this button is going to be referencing. So let's get out of here. And this is basically, let's create our command first. So we're going to say public I command, and it's call it some command. And then this is just going to be simplistic. We'll just say new command. And what we're going to do here with this is we are going to assign the value of answer by going and summing the values for num1 and num2. And close that off and close that off. Okay, so there's our command. Sum command, we might as well just take it and throw it over here. So sum command is there. Good stuff. All right, now we have to handle updating. So after our command has been created here for us, we are then going to create a method that is going to be called when a value change of some sort has occurred. And so this is going to be protected, void, and I'm going to call it on property changed. Then what we can do is I'd like to set this up so that it will work with any property. And to do that, you can come in and type in caller member name. And this is going to allow us basically to work with any of the individual properties that we have. And you say string, and I'm just going to call this name, doesn't matter what it's called. So null, like that. And then inside of it, to have it automatically work and update no matter which property has changed, we say property changed. And then we're going to say invoke and this and new property changed event args with name. And it basically writes itself, doesn't it? And let's go up here, select this. Sometimes this actually imports something we don't need. So we want to go and get our system runtime compiler services also. Got that. Sometimes it opens and gets something. Okay. Sometimes it'll go and try to import something called caller. I think it's a bug, which may or may not exist. And that's it. Okay. So that's everything. I know I moved this. So this is going to allow us to issue these commands and automatically update the different values inside of our interface, both ways. So let's run it, see if I made any errors here. And I did make an error. And over here, whenever I was going and putting this in here, I forgot to have this be binding like that. And then it's going to be some command. Sometimes my mouth gets ahead of my brain. Okay, so let's get rid of that. And then that problem should go away. And let's run it again. Okay, so here's our application. Bring it over here. See, we have 0 values inside of here, and I'm just going to type in 4, and let's type in 5 and hit sum, and it didn't work. Okay, why did it not work? Let me see what the bug was that I made here. Figured it out like instantaneously. I forgot to call this on property changed. Okay, so let's just go and get it, and then we need to just go and copy and paste this everywhere like this. So this method right here. Now you see what this method does. It's going to automatically update everything. So let's paste this inside of here like that. And let's do it one more time. Okay. And now I am almost 100% positive we will have no bugs. Save it, run it again. And let's come over here. And let's type in 5. And let's type in 60, and then let's hit sum, and 65 comes up. So there you go. Now you're able to both communicate with your interface backwards and forwards. Very useful. And up next, I'm going to talk about navigation. All right, so now let's talk about navigation. I got a new project going here, and we can just go and create that. And what we're going to do here is I'm going to show you how to navigate between pages, which I've already sort of covered. But then I'm also going to show you how to pass data between pages. So what we're going to need to do, of course, is to come over here and let's create a new folder. And let's call this MVVM. And then inside of it, we are going to add another new folder. And we're going to add one called Views. And we're going to add another one called View Models. So View Models. And then for our views, I'm going to create 3 different pages. So for the view models, maybe I want to do I'm going to do the views first. Start off with the simple stuff and then work our way up. So views, and we're going to come in and just like we always do, we're going to get a content page like this. And just to keep this very simple, I'm going to call this page 1. And let's create a bunch more, or well, 2 more. So new item, and got that selected again. And this is going to be called page 2, and create one more. And it is going to be called page, if you guessed it, 3. There we are. So we have page 1, 2, and 3. So what are we going to do with them? Well, I'm going to go into page 1 first, and I'm going to create a button that's going to allow me to go to page 2. So I'm just going to come in and say button like this, and text is going to be equal to, and we'll have it be page 2. And then we're going to create a clickable event. So if it's clicked on, we are going to go and handle that. So button clicked, and then of course close off this tag. Now I'm also going to just go, before I go in and create all those different methods and such, I'm going to go into page 2. And with page 2, I'm going to put 2 buttons in here. So we're going to go like this and get rid of that and throw this in here and throw this here. And this is going to be, why did I call it page like that? I should do it different. Let's go back, just because I am a weird person and I want this to be page 2 like that. Okay, save that and jump back over here. So page 1, and then we have page 3 also. And these guys, I'm lazy and I just wanted to create these for me. So I'm just going to get rid of this. And then come in here like that and create the event handler for me and do the same thing here again. So create that for me. Create it. There we go. All right, so we have all those set up. And then for page 3, all we're going to do is go back to page 2. So let's go in here, get this here, paste that there, get rid of this, and that, and create this event handler also. Okay, so we have all those set up. Now we need to go into our code. So we'll go into our page 1 code first, and we're just quite simply going to navigate to that page using a technique we've used before. Really the difference here is we're going to also, I'm going to show you a couple new things that I haven't showed you yet. So push async, if you don't remember, navigation, push async, and then you're going to say what page you want to go to. Actually, I'm also going to show you how to pass data, which is also very useful. Okay, so we have that set up, and then this is just going to allow us to jump to page 2 from page 1. Then we're going to go into the code for this, and we're going to do basically the same thing. So this is going to jump us back to page 1. And this other one is going to jump us to page 3. So, right? Yeah, page 2. And this is going to be page 3, like this. There we go. And save all of those. And then in page 3, I'm only going to jump to page 2. So like this, and page 2. And that should work. Oh, no. Also, I need to open up. I have all these windows open up. I need to also go in and, not this one, there we are, jump into this, and I'm going to say that the page that I want to have open first is going to be called page 1, and it's going to say, what is that? Show potential fixes, and I'm going to say that I want to include my views on that. Or actually, you know what I think I want to do instead is I want to create a hierarchical sort of like navigation interface so the user can also cycle through the pages using the nav bar at the top. And to do that, you just change this to NavigationPage like that, and then put this inside of those parentheses like that. And then you also have to come in and say new. Whoops. New like that. Okay, now everything should work. Let's change this to Android emulator just like we always do. And as soon as that loads, we can run it. All right. All right, so here it is, and it's working, but it looks very ugly. Let's go to page 2. You can see there's page 1, page 3. You can jump to page 3, and you can see the navigation bars up here. We can also jump back this way and jump to page 1. Let's clean that up so it looks a little bit nicer. Let's go into this guy right here. And in the vertical layout that we are using here, I'm just going to change the margin to be equal to 20. And then likewise, let's do spacing equal also to 20. And that will make it look a little bit nicer. And let's go and copy that over into all of our other different XAML files. So paste this here, save that, and also open this up. And next time we see it, it will look a little bit nicer. Now what I want to do is be able to pass data between the different pages. So how do I do that? Well, I want to use view models. So I'm going to come in, I'm going to say add, and I'm going to want to put a class file, very important. And what are we going to call this one? How about we call it page 1 view model? Seems like a pretty good name. So let's add that in there. And this is just going to hold all of our data. But before we go and put anything inside of there, let's come in here first and do the same for page 2. So this is going to be page 2 view model. And there it is. Okay, so we have both of those set up. Now, all these are going to do, like always, is just have the type of data inside of them. So public, and I'm going to say that I want to work with strings. If you put integers in here, it will only allow you to pass integers. If you put doubles inside of here, only doubles. If you put strings, only strings. Then it'll be up to you to decide if you want to go in and change anything afterwards. I'm just going to call this data because why not? Save that, and let's copy that, and then let's jump back into this view model, and this is the piece of data we're going to be passing back and forth, if you're wondering. Okay, so after we have both of those set up, those are done. Why don't I just close them? I don't need them anymore, so let's just close this and close that. All right, and also I do not need this anymore. I'm going to continue opening up my first page, or page 1 as I have called it. However, I am going to need to change some code here. So let's go into page 1 first. And like we did before, we're going to need to create a binding between the view model and the view. And how we do that is by saying binding context is equal to new page 1 view model, like that. And get that all set up. And it has an error, so let's just come down here, show potential fixes, and say that we want to import this guy right here, our view models. All right, so after we have that all set up, we are not going to navigate this way anymore. So let's get rid of that because we have to set it up so that we can actually pass data. But we're still going to use this button click. So what I need to do here is I need to convert my binding context to the type I want to use. So I'm going to say var, I'm going to call this the data is equal to, and then we're going to put page, look, it just writes it for you basically. Page 1 view model, binding context data. Okay, that's exactly what I want. Okay, so now what I need to do is, now that I have that, whenever I do my navigation, I'm going to say navigation dot push asynchronously, and I'll say new and the page that I'm going to, which is called page 2. All right, so now that I have that set, what I can do is I'm going to come down here and throw this semicolon in there, go right here, and I'm going to say binding context, and this is going to be new page 2 view model. And then what I want to do in the page 2 view model is to place the data inside of it, which value is stored right here. And that's all I'm doing. So I don't say the data here. What I'm going to say instead is I want a new page 2 view model, and then I'm going to pass the data inside of it. That's what I'm doing. Okay, so tab and tab. So we have all of that set up, and this is closed, and that's closed, and that's good. So every time the button is clicked, we're going to get the data that is going to be in a entry that I haven't even created yet. I have to create that. And then I am going to go and create a new page 2, and I'm going to pass along the data to it. So why don't I go into the XAML code and actually create the entry which is going to have the data, the entry that's going to allow them to enter data inside of it. So I'm going to say entry, and the text is going to be equal to, and we're using binding again, of course, and data like this. Close that off. All right, have that all set up. So also going to do the same thing for page 2. Let's come in here, and we're basically going to do the same thing. Why don't I just copy that? So let's go back here, grab this guy right here, and go back into page 2 over here, and let's just throw it in the top above the buttons, just like we did on the last one. And we do not need to make any other changes to these either. So let's just go and close them to get them off of our screen. Page 1, oh, that's that one. So let's get rid of that. Okay, so we're going to have to make, actually, page, this is also going to be finished. Yes, binding, I don't think I need to do anything else with this. And what we'll just close that also. Get rid of it. Do I still have, what is this? This is the main thing. I do not need this. I don't even use it. Let's get rid of that. And this is, what's this guy? This is something else. Button clicked. I think that's page 3. Don't need that either. Okay, so now we're just left with our actual page 3 code. Don't even need that either. But what I do need is the page 2 code. So let's open that up, and here we are. So now what I need to do is I have that data, and I want to display it. But the really cool thing is I don't even have to do anything with it because all of that is set up already. I created a new page 2 right here and passed the data inside of it. So it's automatically going to be populated inside of there. Yeah, good. All right, so let's save all this, and let's run this. All right, good stuff. Hopefully I didn't make any errors. I don't believe I did. Okay, so opening this up, and then we will sample passing data between pages. But it's very important to remember when you're creating the view models, do not make sure that this type of data is exactly what you want to pass. Again, very important. The reason I bring this up is a guy that I worked with had all these problems creating an app, and it ultimately came down to this one little thing right here. So that's it. All right, here's our app. Let's bring it over and let's see if it works. Okay, so I'm just going to say something like stuff like that. This is the entry, and then it should appear on page 2, and it does. And everything else still works exactly the way that we expect it to work. All right, and you can bounce around however you would like. So there you go. That is how we are able to pass data between pages. And up next, I'm going to get more into a couple more other different, more advanced interface operations. All right, so let's make another project. This time what I want to do is get into collections using the MVVM pattern. And then we're also going to get into styling and adding some dynamic functionality to our applications. And this is part 8 of the applications and create. All right, so I'm going to, just to keep everything very simplistic, what I want to do here is I want to use an example I had designed earlier, which was like with the football players. But I want to also go and make it into utilize the MVVM pattern with it. So we have images over here. So I'm going to get some of my images that I had before. So we can come in and grab these. These are the images we had last time. And so let's just select these. Whoops, what on earth did I just do? Some football players. All right, so I got these, and we are going to get all these football players and throw them into a collection, and then we will utilize them. So just go into images. I just copied, and now I am going to paste them. There they are. All right, so there we have all of our images. Now, what am I going to do here? I'm going to really structure this much better than we have structured anything in the past. What I'd like to do is I want to go and select here, and we're going to go MVVM again, or create a new folder called MVVM, and there we are. And then inside of this, I'm going to have what? Well, what are the parts of this? We're going to have models, and we are going to have view models. And if you somehow found yourself here without seeing the part where I talk about the MVVM pattern, definitely go back and use the table of contents in the description to find out what they are, because I'm not going to get it back. I'm not going to describe over and over again the benefits of this. Okay, so we have all this. So the very first thing I want to do is I want to go into models, and I want to create a class, and it's going to represent my player information. So I'm just going to call this player and hit add, and here it is. So what am I going to put inside here? Well, first I'm going to make this public. So public, definitely need to make this public to be able to access it. And then for now, I'll be adding more to this as we continue, but I'm just going to say that each player is going to have a name, and then we are also going to have an image, and then we are also going to have some other information about the said player. So I'll just call that information. Okay, so we have all of that set up. Now, what do we need to do here? This does not need to be here. I like to keep all these closed, especially if I'm not planning on using them. Don't need this either. Okay, so we created our player model. What is the next thing that we need to do? Well, we need to create our view model, and what we're going to do is create what's called an observable collection with it, and I will explain that as we go. So I'm going to go add, and this time we're going to do this as a simple class. So don't get this too complicated. And what am I going to call this? I'm going to call this player view model add. Okay, so this needs to be public, and then inside of it, what I'm going to do is I'm going to populate all of my player data. So if we want to be able to change items in a collection at runtime, we are going to need what is called an observable collection with all of our player data inside of it. So I'm going to say public and observable. And is it popping up? Yeah, it is not. Observable collection. Oops, there we are. Player view model. I don't want that. I want player. So I'm going to use my player data that we just created. That was the very first thing that we did. This is not a marshalling observable collection. This is an observable collection, and it's giving me an error here, and we need to import some stuff. So I'm going to import my model, and there it is. Okay, so we are not going to call this collection. We are going to call this players like this, and then we're going to throw our getters and setters inside of it. So get and set like this. And there we are. Okay, got that set. What is this giving? Namespace, name could not be found. What are we going to need here? Well, let's just select this and wait for it to say show potential fixes. And we need this object model, this right here. All right, now we have that all set up. Now what we just need to do inside of our constructor is go and populate it with all this information. So I'm going to go public, and this is going to be player view model. And then inside of it, I will populate players. So I'm going to say players is equal to new and observable collection. And with player, right like this. And then we can go and throw in another curly bracket like this. And then we're going to just throw in all of our different players. So I'm going to say new player, new player, and then I can just put in name is equal to, and one of the names is Cameron Hayward. Okay, and I'm gonna just show you this. This is image is gonna be, and you can see over here in images, Cameron Hayward is right here. So let's just select that, copy, and inside of here, we'll throw that PNG, and then we're going to have some information about what makes Cameron Hayward a wonderful guy. So I'm just going to copy this right here, and I've got this off of Wikipedia. Okay, paste that there. Okay, so there is our information. Now what we need to do is we need to populate all of this with additional players, which I will do, and you will see it in a second. All right, so I threw in 3 additional players with exactly the same type of information. And of course, all of this code is available in the description. So there is absolutely everything. So we're going to save that, and then we're going to move on to create our view. So I'm going to come into views, and I'm going to say add, and this time I want to say new item, and .NET MAUI like this, and then I will come over here and select this, and then we will go and create it. Okay, so what do we need to do, or what are we going to call this? Let's just keep it simple and just call it player view. It's technically players view, but whatever. I'm just going to call it player view. All right, so we have this right here, and I'm going to open this up. All right, so what we need to do first off is create our binding with our view model that has all of our information about our players that we will then be able to pull information from. So building context is equal to new, and this is player view model like that. And it doesn't know about it, so we have to go and get it. Whoops, show potential fixes, and then get our view model. Boom, there it is. Everything is set up for it. We don't need to do anything more with this, so we might as well just close it. All right, then we're going to go into our player view, and I'm actually going to show you how to do this in 2 different ways, and just so that you get it. I'm going to get rid of all this. Now, probably people like the carousel, so I'm going to go and do a carousel view. So let's do a carousel view, and then afterwards I need to say items, source, and reference my player information. So go like this, and binding, and players. Remember, this is where I have all the information stored about every single one of my players. Now inside of here, what I need to do is basically set up all of the styling for this. And then I'm going to break this out and actually throw this over into the styles folder over here, which we have not used yet, but we will use now. Slow build up to cover everything. So you need to say item template. This is where you're going to define exactly how your information is going to be laid out. Data template like this. And then you have to decide what type of layout you want to use inside of here. I'm just going to use a StackLayout. And then inside of there, I'm going to surround each of the player images and their names with a frame. I'm going to say that if a frame is just a box, like a box you can see. So I'm going to say that I want to define the corner radius as 5, and then you can define margins and just try to make it look as nice as possible. Height request is based off of roughly the size of the image. There's going to be an image that displays, if you can remember from previously. horizontal options, I'm just going to have this be center, and vertical options, I'm going to have this be center and expand, and has shadow, why not? So I'm just using a whole host of different designs here, and we'll add more as we go. So there we go. So there is our frame definition for what is going to go into each of our frames. Then on top of that, I'm going to create another stack layout where we're actually going to put our player information on the screen. So I'm going to say that I want a label, and the text in this label is going to be the player's name that I can use the binding for to go and get that. And then maybe we want to do what we did previously with our fonts. Let me go hunt for my font. All right, I found it. Here is our font. If you can remember from last time, remember we used Anton Regular. We downloaded this. So I'm just going to go select it, copy it, and then go over to where it says fonts. Here, let's just get rid of that. And let's paste that inside of there. So paste. And why isn't it giving me a paste option? Copy. Okay, weird. How about if I just do this? Did it work? It did not. All right, maybe I didn't select it. All right, so fonts. And here is Anton Regular. And I am just going to drag it over and drop it inside of there. I think it'll stay. Yeah, it also stayed in that folder. Okay, so now we have our fonts. And then what I want to do is I want to go and use this specific font that I just imported. So I'm going to say font family is going to be equal to, and then you just put in the name of the font. Here, I'll just copy and paste it because there's no point in doing anything else. So copy and paste this inside of here, .tff. And I'm not going out of my way to make everything super pretty because I'll leave that up to you. My goal here is to make everything, to not have too much filler and have a lot of content. So I'm not going to waste time doing design because this is mainly about learning how to program. Okay, so horizontal options, and let's just make this be center inside of my box, and then vertical options, and let's also have that be center. All right, and that is all we need to do for our label, and then we need to go get our image source. Source is equal to, and then we're going to once again say binding, and we have that over in our images directory. So I can just say that I want to get whatever is stored in the image for each player. Aspect is going to be equal to fill, and height request is going to be 150 by 150, which is the size of my images. And width request is going to be 150, of course. And horizontal options is going to be equal to center. And there that is. And the stack layout is here. And what problems do we have? Is everything closing off? I think so. I'm getting some errors down here. And they all went away. Okay, that's good. Okay, so after we have that set up, then what we can do is we go into AppSample, and this specific, the code, and I'm going to say that I want my player view to be the view that is displayed when the application runs, and then show potential fixes and go and import my views. And is there anything else that I need to do? I don't think so. I think that is basically everything. So now we should be able to test our application. Make sure we go and Android emulator, boom, like this, and let's go and run it. Okay, if we don't have any errors, then everything should look great. And here we are. Here is our application, and you can see that it works. Here are our carousel images, and now they are using the MVVM pattern instead of our previous way of doing things, which was not as compartmentalized. Now I'd like to compartmentalize even further. So what I want to do is I want to go and take some of this styling that is here and all over the place, because if you're going to do an app that is more complicated than this, it's going to get to be hundreds of lines long. So a common thing that we would do is we would start breaking this out into separate files. So I'm going to go into styles, and I am going to say add, and I'm going to say that I want a new item, and I'm going to use a resource dictionary this time. So let's select this, and player carousel and dictionary. All right, and here it is. So for this one, I do not need the code behind it, so I'm just going to select it and delete it immediately. Yes, gone. Okay, which means I also need to get rid of this because it doesn't exist anymore. Okay, good. All right, so now that we have that all set up, what I can do is jump back over into our XAML file. And I'm going to start selecting right here where it has data template, the whole way down into where data template ends. And I'm going to cut that out of there. All right, there's all sorts of errors. Don't worry, we will deal with them. Then I'm going to jump back over into the resource dictionary that we have here. And I'm going to paste all of these styling pieces inside of here. Now it's giving you all kinds of error because it needs a key that can be used to reference this. So we're going to say we want this to be called player carousel style. Okay, and all the errors go away. Another thing I want to do is I want to come up here and I want to set this up for XAML compilation. And the reason we're going to do this is it's going to perform compile time checking. So it's going to show us errors during the compiling of our application. It's also going to reduce file size and decrease load time. So all positive reasons to use this. And to do so, you just go XAML and compile equals true, like that, and question mark, and that. Okay, so we have all of that set up, and this is just going to allow us to break up our code better. So now what we can do is, another thing I need to do is I need to open up the app XAML file that is right inside of here, and I need to include inside of here the reference to that new dictionary. So did I select that? Yes. Copy and come down here, paste this here, and then we're going to go down inside of here and just select player carousel dictionary, this name right here, and paste this inside of here instead of styles. Great. Save that. Don't need it anymore, so close it. And now what we need to do is go back into this area and pull in the information for our styling. Or actually, it's not in this one. It's going to be in this one. Is this where we had it? Oh, no, it is in the other one. And what we're going to do is, might as well jump back here and copy this so I make sure that it's spelled correctly. So let's go copy and then jump back over here. And then right after item source, we are going to go and get the template that we put in the styles folder. And to do that, you just go item, template is equal to, and this is a static resource, and it is called player carousel style. And everything is going to know about this. And then, of course, we do not need this part either. You can see now everything is a lot better compartmentalized and significantly smaller. It's always good to break everything up into pieces. All right, and I think that's all I need to do. Let's save that, and let's go and run it and see if it still works. Hopefully it does. And here we go, and it still works, as far as I can tell anyway. Let's bring this over here, and yes, it does. All right, so good stuff. All right, so now let's go and just keep adding to this application. All right, so now what I'd like to do is add some dynamic styling to my app. So what I want to do is have some settings set so that individual players that are in the Pro Bowl get a different image or a different color for the background of their little card. So what am I going to do? Well, very first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to go into Player, and I'm going to set or create a new attribute, and it's going to be a Boolean, and I'm going to say if they're in the Pro Bowl or not. That is what we're going to do. And then if they're in the Pro Bowl, we will change the color for said player. So now I am in the player view model where I went and defined all of my different player attributes. And now what I need to do is to come in here and designate whether they're in the Pro Bowl or not. So I'm going to say in Pro Bowl is equal to, and in this situation, sadly, this is false. So we're going to say, hey, copy that, and then we're just going to copy and paste that for all of my different players. And Minka Fitzpatrick, however, is a true. So what I want to do is dynamically change the styling just for this one player and any other player that should come along who also is going to be in the Pro Bowl. All right, so now we have that set up. What I'm going to do to keep everything all spread apart here, I'm going to go up into the MAUI app area, and I'm going to say I want to add a new folder. And let's call this selectors. And inside of here, what we're going to do is we are going to change the template that we're going to use for our players depending upon if the player is in the Pro Bowl or not. So I'm going to, inside of selectors, I am then going to come in here and create another class. So I'm going to say add and class. And this is going to be called maybe player template selector, like that. All right, so this is going to change the template that is used for the player. And these are over here in the different styling player carousel dictionary. This is where we went and set this before. So there it is. So see player carousel style. What I'm going to do is I'm going to create another one that's going to be Pro Bowl style. All right. So there's this, and these are all set up. And then inside of this player template selector, I am then going to come in and first make this public. So public player template selector, and I'm going to inherit from the data template selector. And what this is going to do is basically allow us to change templates at runtime, which is really cool. But I need to come up here and go and instantiate this. Come on. There it is. Show potential fixes. Click that. Implement abstract class. All right. So now what we're going to do is this is basically this method inside of here is going to allow us to go through elements in a list and decide what template that we want to apply. And you're going to have your specific item that's in the template, and then the container right here represents the collection of different players that we are going to be cycling through. So we have all that set up. So let's get rid of this because we are going to implement it. And I'm going to create player inside of here, and we're going to say is equal to item, and then we have to say that it is a player. Whoop, as player, like this. And then we're going to have to come in and show potential fixes and import our model that we created, which is all of the information about the players. So now what I'm going to do, yes, I'm going to say if, and in this circumstance, I'm going to say if the player is not in Pro Bowl. Remember, in Pro Bowl is a Boolean. So after this, what we can do, if the player is not in the Pro Bowl, what I want to do is get a value using a key that we're going to define inside of player carousel dictionary. Here is the key. So we're going to say that if they're not in the Pro Bowl, we're going to continue using this data template. And otherwise, we are going to use a different data template, which is going to be specific for Pro Bowl players. Since we're in here, why don't we just use this? So I'm going to come in here. I'm going to select this data template, copy it, and paste it down inside of here. So it's exactly the same. And the only thing it's going to change is the key name. So I'm going, well, that also we're going to do styling changes. So you can do a whole host of styling changes, but I'm just going to keep this simple. And I'm just going to say that the only styling change I want to change is I want to change the background color. So the background color is going to be, let's just have it be light yellow, sort of like gold or something like that. All right, so we have that all set. Now what we can do is go back into the player template part. Here it is. And this is just giving me an error because I'm not returning values for everything. So I'm going to say if the player is not in the Pro Bowl, well, in that situation, I'm going to say application, and I'm going to define what template they're going to use for styling. To do that, you say application and dot current and dot resources and dot try get value, and I'm going to say that I want to use my player carousel styling, which is somewhere here, player carousel style. So we're going to copy this. This also needs to be changed, but I can only do one thing at a time. So this is the style that I want to use in the circumstance in which they're not in the Pro Bowl. And then what we'll say is if they're not in the Pro Bowl, we want to get the value using the key we defined in the player carousel dictionary, which is, I showed you this already multiple times. So I'll say out var and player style like this. And then we'll just say return player style as a data template, right like that. Otherwise, if they are in the Pro Bowl, we're going to say else, and we're going to do basically the same thing, except we're going to use our other version. Where did it go? Is it over here? No, it's not that one. Is it this one? Yeah, Pro Bowl carousel style. So let's just copy this. We're going to use that new version. Let's come and paste it right here, just temporarily. And this is really easy. I can just go application and copy all of this and then just change it to the different styling that I used, which is going to be the Pro Bowl carousel style. So there it is. And we just changed the background color just for that one card. And maybe I want to give this a different name. So I'm going to say something like Pro Bowl style, and just so that we can see that there is a different styling being used. And that is all we need to do for this, I believe. Yeah, looks good. Okay, so we have that saved, so we can now get rid of this. And then we have this all set up, which is our player carousel dictionary. And it has both the styling in here. So there's that and the Pro Bowl. So we don't need that anymore. So we can close that. This needs to be changed, however. So this is specifically the player view. So we're going to have to go in and change a couple little things inside of here. What we need to do first off is after the class right here, we're going to go after the player view. And we're going to say XMNLS. And we need to add our data template code here. So data templates is equal to CLR dash namespace. And this is called MAUI app 8. So we're going to say MAUI app 8. And we want to bring our selectors inside of here, which is an option right here. So there it is, and there is our selectors right there. All right, so now that we have this all set up, what we're going to do is go to, we're going to have to set up a different type of content page here. And we need those resources. So we're going to say content page resources. Like, whoops, did I hit something? Yes, let's go here. Content page resources and data templates and player template selector, and add a key here for this. So key is equal to player templates, and there's that. And this is going to give us the different styling for those different situations. And then all we need to do is go in here and replace the static carousel style with the dynamic player templates, which is one or the other depending upon whether they are in the Pro Bowl or not. And there we go. So we have it all set up. So we just say, are they in the Pro Bowl? We add in that functionality, and then we can dynamically come in and change styling just by creating new styling with a different keyword. And let's test it. So save all, and let's run it. I think I got every part of it. There was a lot of sort of individual parts here, but we're just breaking everything up into individual pieces so that it is way easier in the future to add more dynamic capabilities to our application. And here we are. Here's our app. Cameron Hayward's not in the Pro Bowl. George Pickens isn't in the Pro Bowl. Minka Fitzpatrick is. So there you can see we changed the background color. And that might seem kind of silly, but, you know, because it's just a minor change, but I just did that on purpose. But you can come in here, of course, and go and add as much styling as you want. You can add even more depending upon, you know, other different styling features inside of here. And just because I only changed the background color, that doesn't mean I couldn't come in here and put a label underneath that says Pro Bowl or any of that additional functionality. All right, now to finish this off, I have a whole bunch of things here open that I don't think I need open. I'm going to show you just how quickly you can change your layouts, which is kind of interesting. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're actually going to go and create another view. So let's come over here and go add, and let's say new item and .NET MAUI, and let's create another content page. And what we're going to do with this one is we're going to call this player collection view. I'm going to show you how you can go and switch to different views, use grids, use footers, use headers, and have things dynamically resize. So player collection view, and click add. All right, so here it is. And let's open up this guy and just create the binding here first. So binding, and we're going to use exactly the same information we had before. So binding context is going to be equal to new player view model, and get rid of the this, or that will cause all sorts of problems. Okay, and thought we had this in here, show potential fixes, and bring the view model in. All right, good, got that, and that's all you need to do for that part. Now, over inside of this guy, well, another thing I want to do is over in this guy right here, I'm going to change this to player collection view so that it loads this up as our starting page. So save that, close that. And here is the, let me just verify, player collection view. All right, so what we're going to do here is we are going to create a whole bunch of different layouts. So let's get rid of this part, and let's go and instead create a collection view. And what we're going to do is we're going to say items and source is going to be equal to, and this is going to be our binding with the players that we've been using over and over again. So binding players. All right, and let's close that off. And then inside of here, we'll go collection, and we'll say collection view dot item template and create our template that we're going to be using here. So data template, and close that off. And then why don't we just go and get what we had previously. So I had that over in player carousel dictionary. So here is this guy, and it is frame. And am I going to use all of this? Let's just go and copy this and then make some changes to it. So we'll go and get the whole entire frame that we had right there, and then we'll change as we need to change. So we'll paste this inside of here. And what are some things that we'd like to change? Well, let's say that I don't want to have a corner radius, so let's get rid of that. Let's say we want to increase our margin a little bit. Let's take it up to 20. Let's leave the height request be 200. Let's take it up, 250. And we will also define a width request. So width request. And let's change that to 250 as well. Let's see if it works. Maybe we need to make some changes to it. We will find out. Horizontal options. Do I want this to be centered? I don't think I'm going to get rid of all of these other different things here. So let's get rid of all of that. There we are. And then I'm going to set this up as a vertical layout. So not a stack layout. We'll change this to a vertical, more specific, vertical stack layout. Did it automatically update? Yes, it did. Okay, and for our label, maybe we want to have our image be first and then the name underneath of it. I think that makes a little bit more sense in this situation. So we'll go and throw our image inside of here. And we don't need all this stuff either. So let's get rid of all of this. And then for our label font family, that looks pretty good. And large, center, using all of the different fonts, binding to the name, all looks good. All right, so have that all set up. So what I want to do now is go and show you just how quickly you can change the look just by changing a couple little things. I think that's all that I need to do. Let's go and run it and see how it looks different than what it looked like before. All right, so here it is. We're going to have to make a couple little changes, but you can see now that we have our different, let's go and select this. See, now we can scroll through them this way, but you can see the names are cut off. So I'm going to have to increase the size of that. Let's say that we want this to be, I don't know, like, height 285, like this. Save that and rerun it and see if the name will now fit inside of it. Just change the size of the frame a little bit. And here it is. And now you can see the names. And of course, you can play around with all of these as much as you would want. Another thing that's really neat is you can go in here and say that you want this set up as a horizontal list in the collection view. So we can come up here and come down here and we can say items layout and is equal to, and let's make this into a horizontal list. It's not going to save that for me, but that should work. And horizontal list, and you can also have it be a vertical list. And let's see how that looks. Here it is, and now we have our horizontal list, just like we had. It sort of it resembles a carousel. So it's a different way of sort of setting things up. Carousel looks a little bit nicer, but maybe in your situation, you might want to mess around with something else. Also, what we can do is we can set this up in a grid format that is going to dynamically resize. Now, to be able to do this and have it not be an absolute mess, you're going to, you're going to want to get rid of the height and width request and have that just be dynamic. Another thing you're going to want to do is get rid of this part right here. So that's going away. And then inside of here, what we're going to do is we're going to define that we want to actually have this be set up as a grid. So for this, we're going to come in right before the item template. And we're going to say collection view like this. And then we'll say items layout, like that. And then inside of here, we'll say that we want to use a grid items layout. And for this, we'll say that we want our orientation to be vertical, because that's going to work out best for us. And then everything will line up across the top. And then what you need to do is define how many items or how many of these frames with images and text inside of them you want per row. Let's say that I want to set that for 2. That sounds like that might work out for us. And then I got rid of the height request and the width request. Otherwise, you're going to have things not line up properly. We want this to be very, very dynamic. I think maybe we should shrink down from large to medium. And other than that, I think everything else should be fine. So let's go and run that, and we'll see how that works out for us. So boink, here it goes, and it is loading again. And now you can see how they're set up. And you could also change this to 3 items per span, or whatever you would, or 3 items per row, or whatever you'd like, just by changing the span up here. And it's going to be, just be 100% based off of what you're working with. Another thing that's neat is we're able to go in here and define headers as well as footers. So I might as well just show you both of those. So I'm going to come in here and I'm going to get rid of this. We're not going to use that grid like we did before. Or actually, why not? We can leave it in there. So let's do that. But we're going to get rid of the span in this situation. So let's get rid of that. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to just define my headers and footers right after up here. So I'm going to come in and I'm going to say collection view dot header. And then we define exactly what we want our text to be like. So I'm going to throw this inside of a frame. And I'm going to say that I want the background color to be black. So background color is going to be equal. This is just the theme's colors. And black like this. And then I'm going to put a label inside of it. So we'll say label and text is equal to, and we'll say Steelers or something, like maybe this is a listing of the roster, and then you can click on the individual parts to find out more information about each individual player. And we're going to use our custom font that we had before. So let's go over Anton Regular, this guy right here, and paste this inside of there, .tff. And I will say that I want my font attributes and to be bold, and I want my font size. Let's make this a little bit larger. So let's set it for title this time. And then horizontal options. Whoops, what is that? Horizontal options. Horizontal options. And we'll have that be centered. And text color, that is going to be gold because that is the team's colors. Okay, anything else I want to do with this? Yes. Actually, no. I think that's perfectly fine. Let's also do a footer. So let's come in and let's copy this and then paste that there. And then all we want to do is change this to footer. Footer like that. And then we'll cut at the end here, we'll put this as team roster or something. Maybe 2023. 2023 team roster. All right, good stuff. And then we can reload that. And then that's going to put a header and a footer on our app at the top of our collection view. See, Steelers. And then we can go and scroll through this. Not sure why it's not scrolling. Weird. There we are. And then you can see the team roster at the bottom. So there you go. There's just countless numbers of ways you can work with collections and set up all sorts of different styles inside of the app. Well, there you go, guys. There is an insane amount of information about .NET MAUI. Hopefully you have found this tutorial useful. And like always, please leave your questions and comments down below. Otherwise, till next time.